4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
I need you, Greg. Enemy spotted. We're on the move.
Your team has lost the lead.
Are you done?
Forward spawn activated.
Stick with the robot. Time for the reckoning. Do something. You're done. Breaking them down. Recharging. Robot move. Have to get back. Hello. Let's fix that. You're embarrassing yourself. Didn't expect a dogfight. Escorting the robot. Let's move. Healing food. I want that robot. Let him be.
Double.
Call that a fight? Moving along now. This ends now. That feels much better. Who's next? Not so fast. Railgun charge.
Forward spawn loss.
I'll take a redo. Time for the reckoning. Pick up your feet. No one can stop me. Hey.
Forward spawn activated.
I need a knife.
We have the robot.
Can't rampage yet. Time for the reckoning. All hail the queen.
No hard feelings, love.
Heading back to the barricade.
Pain is inevitable.
Let's get this barricade moving.
Forward spawn activated. Your team is close.
We're catching up.
Enemy turret ahead.
This ends now.
60 seconds.
This is my favorite part. Receive my aid.
30 seconds remaining.
Congratulates.
Your team is close to
Almost there.
Let the push commence.
10 seconds remaining.
Viable progress.
Answer.
Receive my aid.
Victory. Play of the game. battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Welcome to the stream, everybody. Now you can hear us. Over to Salsa and user intel.
Wait, have we been yapping to the void?
Wait, have we been
Wait a minute.
I
Wait a
am
minute.
truly upset if
pissed.
we have been broadcasting. I mean, we've hit some serious bangers here, chat, and you've just not been able to hear. What a
Okay.
I'm so sad. The
I'm
clip.
so mad.
What a-
Okay.
well, at least our
on the
analytics
King's Row,
can be in our
it's
heart.
King's Row.
Yeah, look at that. We are going to be seeing the fight commence very quickly. Mushroom is going to fall as Goop. It's going to be traded in. It does seem, look at that. Rush is going to just do an amazing job. They even go in, ignoring the Reaper outright. However, Cooking still has a fair say in this point. While that Reaper is still alive, there's a contest on. They only managed to secure a tick and sail. Don't really confirm the fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we expected to see on this rush style. It's King's Row. You don't have to necessarily worry about the ball getting boops or knocking you around because you're trying just to all move as a unit. It's good if you get booped around as a unit. And they already have capped first. Also, actually, something to note, it was Q was playing tank, so he was moved over to the Genji here.
Yep, and this could work. We are going to get that pause
Pause.
moment the fight starts kicking up for what was he cooking. That's very unfortunate. So roughly we can say that they may lose that fight. But I feel like their composition is going to be benefiting off of these respawns. I don't even think they really need to win this fight. They get one pick. It'll eventually snowball from there, right?
Sure. I mean, I think in like Rush, you just do have to find that one kind of small chink in the armor, especially against a composition like what that was the reason? Hold on. I thought I read a mouse was dead. Okay. Either way, it is generally speaking, the composition that Sale's running, you don't have the best heal to help your supports as much as you might get with other tanks, just because Ball's trying to harass the whole team, their whole team. So unless the fight is happening directly where your supports are, it doesn't matter. And if that's what's happening, you're not going to be able to peel for them properly. So just trying to find that one opening, usually good enough. Just trying to fix that.
Huh? Sorry, I just got hit with whiplash. There was a little bug on the screen. It made it look like 6 players. So confused. But you are right. As we see this fight
Overwatch 1 revert.
Absolutely. Look at that. They're going to be ignoring the Wrecking Ball, going directly after that poor Brigitte, and slowly everyone crumbles. Is this a big point? You were talking a lot about the Wrecking Ball and how...
Like a Wrecking Ball is important, but who cares? The supports are the thing that keep this Wrecking Ball alive for a significant amount of time before they have to retreat to a health pack or just die, which is what they do. So they ignore the Wrecking Ball and attack either the DPS or the supports, and usually the supports are the thing that are out more often and much more noticeable. Especially when you're playing with Brig, because Brig it really wants to be in the fight, and you don't have that kind of peel to help with the Brig. It's just like the Moira swap here, but I think it's just still kind of a... You're not playing fully around the ball, you should be going for more dive composition-esque stuff.
They do land the mines. That's going to work well. Taking out the Junker Queen, but look at that Blossom. It does help make a bit more room. Goop cannot use his blade. Please don't walk into the mines, Goop. I'm praying on my knees. You saw how it came so close. as the Genji on the side of Sale is going to find out Goop. They do have a way to win this. They have to worry most about this Brigitte. You can see as it's built up this blade, but still wants to respect it a little longer. Officially, once they get it, manage to clip out on the Brigitte, going after everybody else. This is a deterrent. They're going to gain control for a little longer.
I mean, a good fight gets this hold, and now, I mean, still a lot of time on the clock, it looks like, for what was he cooking to try to get through. Flying out, trying to cause the chaos, and is now done.
Well, they're going to be taking this fight once again. I mean, the Sound Barrier is there for cooking. They invest it. They want to try and go after the support line. And everybody else who's a tiny bit squishy. And as you can see, the Sojourn's going to follow with the Wrecking Ball. It's a disengage. It's just not in the position to be able to kind of contest this point, but it's really close to second. They want to try and, you know, get back to the rest of the team, and they do have a Moira. That's something we didn't point out. They do have that debuff ability, and they get that last second contest as a chance to be able to win this. Good slam, but they lose out the Genji. That's not going to be feeling good. Playing onside their enemy's side, they don't get too many options to hold because of chest. JC has to sit there on the point, but everybody else is just being rushed out on. But those mines were built so quickly. Able to take out the Brigitte, nobody can go in and touch. They're feeling so upset. It's a meter left, and yet JC's the one who's sitting there, contesting, stopping, letting this time go down so much. And eventually, look at that. Everybody just got stalled by the mines. They just got held.
Yeah, I mean, Chase is purple, but still, it's not quite dead yet. Finally falls, and that should ideally be the point.
Whoa.
Alright, Dynamic gets the kill, but the full spawn hits the Moira, so not
that was
quite there yet. Still a contest happens.
Yeah, that was flashy.
Someone kill this Lucio, please!
I feel so bad. Goof just showed up and struggles to take out the Lucio wall riding. But the fight is still going on. That's something that's absolutely insane. Look at that. The Genji, once again, losing out very early here. We do see the blade, not the blade, the Blossom built up. They can just pop in the middle of these supports. Once that Wraith is gone, then you're going to see it used, taking out 2. No, eventually 3, as that Wrecking Ball has no chance to survive from the overarching damage. They've had the stall. They've done an amazing job up to this point, but it's not going to last forever.
No, but I mean, taking a minute off right there, that's pretty important. Now you only have like 240 on the clock just to get through the rest of C. And C is a harder point to get through, so that time burnt there can be very important.
Oh, now they're going to be moving it. Oh, that pulse one just barely misses out. So unlucky. Sometimes you just need that extra ping to kind of help you, but, I mean, shoot space can be a big problem for the Wrecking Ball. There's a lot of high grounds, but, I mean, not many opportunities you're going to get to escape your opponents when everything's so close quarters. Goop built up to a pulse bomb. Oh, they're looking out for that sweet, sweet little Moira. Doesn't know any better. Almost gets the clip. Is going to have to be a little careful because there's a blade on the rest of their team. Sound Barrier's there, but, oh, the pulse bomb landed. Just way too much health on the side of Sale to be able to survive through it. Now that rally's looking to disperse. It is going to be counteracted against the mine, so that is a bit of an Uno card. And oh no! Walking into the enemy team's not going to be feeling good. They do get a nice slam, but those mines don't matter to anything when the payload destroys them. And eventually, they just play on towards the left side, feeling a little safer. They are struggling to get these last center picks, but I mean, Cooking is still getting that speed.
Absolutely. I mean, all of these picks are just so important. Chasey up there with like 2 health and a dream finally gets picked off. Honestly, a couple extra seconds of stagger can be really important here. Somebody's got to touch. Only a couple meters left to go. Was that? I thought that was a boop on it. Okay, it's not a boop.
Well,
but yeah.
Whatever it is, it's led them to the capture with a good over minute. You know, maybe like 13 seconds or so.
Yeah, minute 13, I believe. So
yeah,
yeah, I mean, 12. It's my bad. It's Streets 112. So we will get to see the attack from Sale now. They have to complete the map with time on the clock. Overtime does not do it. They'll be in a draw scenario at that point. And because we're playing first to 2 and not best to 3, what was he cooking? We'll get another map pick on push. Or excuse me, not on push, onto control.
This could mean a lot. I mean, Sale were playing onto that Wrecking Ball. I don't know how well it works on attack. Though that is because of my negligence, a lot of my mind is still stuck back inside that Overwatch 1 mentality. So as we're seeing Chasey kind of go back onto this Wrecking Ball, what is he cooking do to stop it? There's a possible Pharah coming out, so there's really nobody you can run onto. The Genji and Lucia are incredibly mobile.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that now is the time where Rush starts to fall apart, is when this Pharah is out. Don't have that great target that you used to have in the form of Brig or the Sojourn. But you do have this Ashe. This Ashe really has to deal with this Pharah well, but the Widow swap might set up a bad angle. Pass the swap back to the Genji, there we go. But yeah, it's going to be a battle between Dynamic and Goob.
And they're going to be holding on strong, getting some good damage. Oh, poor Mr. Simp has to play by this hotel a lot more cautiously than I think they initially saw for. However, look, that Cute does engage a little too close, almost gets burnt down, but just barely manages to live. That ball is going to be slammed back. Hammer misses, well, more of an axe, misses out, but the Pharah is able to eventually take out Goop. With that pocket, there's just way too much healing to be able to shut them down as Brigitte gets displaced. It's eventually going to be costing them this point, I believe, because there's just not much you can do. As you see, they try and escape, but that's just a stagger out of 1.
Oh, the res comes through. They could have prevented that res. This might have been a fight they could have turned around, but unfortunately their tank falls. They finally killed Dynamic, but it might be too little too late, giving up 2 picks. They'll have to make the recontest right now. Chasey falls. There's a shot they have to touch.
Oh, they do get
it.
They they tickle. Look at that. Beautiful shots from Goop to save it. The 3K that goes into the montage. That's absolutely what I'm looking for.
Yeah, it just barely claws that fight back from the brink, but they do get it. This barrage from Dynamic, though, could be a problem. You'll have to take cover from that, which gives enough time to get on that point and potentially get this last pick.
They are going to have a quick, recontest on the bright side, and they even have ultimates to commit in. This is more of cooking, kind of respecting and seeing how they're going to be playing against it. They are going to be playing back over to the choke. However, they do use that Junker Queen as a way to be the intermediate, contesting in, touching. Oh, that was a beautiful shot! As Goob now builds up to their ultimate, they take out the Genji, but this is going to be an engagement. Looking for the slam. It's beautiful as it works. They do build up to the mines, going to be placing pressure onto the Sojourn, giving their Pharah a bit more air in the sky, but they are going to fall as the Junker Queen's able to do so much. But Landon takes out 3. You gotta put some respect onto Mr. Sim, taking them out and taking that point.
I mean, yeah, Chasey dove in, tried to take out Goob, couldn't do quite enough, but lured everyone inside the building, allowed Dynamic just to throw out the barrage right in front of the doorway and let the point get capped. Just a fantastic heads-up play from Dynamic to cover that entrance.
And they're going to get that, early fight. Oh, that was a really high boom. It is going to benefit. Oh, wait, no, there was no slam. That's unfortunate. They do at least place the mines. Goop maybe possibly split here, but they do lose that rally very early. And it seems that it was just one giant ploy, except the Blossom was there to take out 3 and shut that push down before it could really gain some space.
Yeah, and now you kind of get to play this contest near the archway, and this archway is just never fun to have to push through. It's the one part a second, which is difficult for the offense to get through, other than like the very last little dregs of the point. So to get it held there, they're actually just giving it up. All right, they rather take their chances here, not have to deal with the long time to respawn.
I respect it, but that Rampage goes in way too deep. The rest of the team wasn't there to follow up. I mean, a Counterblade is going in, just deterring them from moving out. Even the Sound Barrier got committed just to defend. That was a weird timing of ultimates because, I mean, Cooking really doesn't have anything in the fights now. Technically starting to take its midway. The Barrage built takes out the Lucio, and that poor Genji is not going to be helping the rest of the team. However, I mean, the bigger point is that there's just a Reaper sitting there on the point. Mr. Simp is going to have that damage to one-shot if they peek poorly, as look at that Goop looking to do the best that they can. Managing to take out the Pharah is pretty nice as the Genji returns back in, getting a nice dash in. Oh, but the Scream just barely gives them the health to live. This is a pretty interesting fight, but the question is, I have at least, is what is going on? How did they not win?
Well, you see, they didn't touch the cart for a little bit there, and then they had a little bit of contest. I also saw that they swapped off of the ball onto the D.Va, and I think actually the D.Va somehow does a little bit less on this composition than the ball does, because it gives them a target to actually fight against. However, Goop falls early, which means you don't have really that way to contest the Pharah anymore. The Pharah can just reign free in the air and doing a lot of damage to Stratocaster right now, and now the
Junker
tank
Queens.
Falls, yeah.
Yeah, not going to be able to survive up, and look at these, the two squishies right there, the Reaper and the Ana. Want to sit there on the point. They're looking to build up this Nano. This Nano builds up. Look at that. They pop it out, but the barrage, it takes out the Lucio. They still manage to shut them down, but the res is there, and the Reaper is still putting pressure onto the point against a D.Va. Building up this Blossom, not going to be able to use it. That was incredibly unfortunate. Cooking has been doing an amazing job popping these last-second ults to win these fights very clutch, but it seems like it's not going to get that last-second victory.
No, they are. Well, they've had a pretty consistent time bank over time. It still is not super high. It looks like it's only about 2 minutes. So, just a couple of, just holding out for a little bit longer. What was he cooking? Is all they have to do to be able to force it to do this Brawl scenario at work.
Oh,
And
we're
the
gonna see
two
that
of
Blossom
the
come
Blossom.
out, take out the, no, not the mech! Oh my goodness! The Junker Queen's actually the one who takes the kill from it too. That's insane!
That was smart. That was good. I was a fan of that one. And now they get the hold of this corner, and just this is where you can draw a lot of time off of the clock and just bleed it out. The bomb comes out, not a lot of protection, no shield, other than that Brig shield, which doesn't do a whole lot against the bomb.
But unfortunately, as Goop throws out their ultimate, we're gonna see the blade come through. They're all trapped in a small room, but the sound barrier gets used. Also, just not in the best position to be able to use it. We do see a counter one coming out from Sail, so it's just feeling like a big of a hug box as nobody can truly die. But the direct hit! I mean, what can Mr. Simp get away with at this point? Even getting the melee kill. Wait, they might actually get a higher time, because if this barrage lands and they take out at least 2, this could be a capture.
But they could go the other way. They see it, but they get a Luminous, and that's it. They try to challenge it. They get through. They get the touch, but it looks like they will get a slightly lower time bank. They will get a better time bank here.
Yeah, but the barrage, it does take out the Brigida. Genji gets straight at the remake, takes out Goop. Not in Overwatch 2 in the res. This has burned things out of order. J just need to find the pick. That's been opening it up. Look at that, taking out the Junker Queen, looking in for the dash, able to take out that Brigida. Everybody slowly coming back into the fight, but the Reaper, being the last true contester onto the point that can commit a lot of damage, is going to lose the Wraith and not be able to survive. The Lucio looking to do their best, but not having the wall ride abilities that were necessary. With the Tracer falling through, we are seeing the Wrecking Ball return back into the fight as a last-second attempt to touch, but the Brigida, who was coming in trying to help out, is going to fall, looking to spin to win it, but getting hit with so much damage. The Barrage is here, looking to boot back the Reaper. Wraith is going to be able to save them out. Barrage nullified as eventually they will fall. It's only going to be 2 staggers, 1 as the Tracer's left there, managing to get the hoops, get the scoops. Just barely the Brigida is going to be able to land in touch, but it seems like it's going to be all over. With the 2K bomb, that's going to be able to save it, but the bomb goes out of the sky. That boop gives them the last-second touch they needed.
Okay, that boop saved them, because they actually were very close to not having a time bank. They had like 3 seconds left, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they had 2 seconds left on the clock. That was so close to not being able to even get to the... They were about to go to overtime, and they would have had to defend for their lives. What a boop right at the end, but also what a stick from Goob just to get that into even a sense of contention.
It was this close from changing the fight, and honestly, you know, I wanted to like give you a moment to analyze, talk about what was going on, because I feel it was very quick and split.
It's not even easy to analyze that. It's really just everyone's staggering for a million years. They're not. They have to focus on killing like the one player who's too staggering right now, so they can't focus on the players coming out of spawn, which is usually what you want to try to do if able, is to prevent more people from touching. And because they can't do that, everyone's getting cycled. The cart barely moves, if didn't move really at all. It was stuck on like 2.6 meters for a good while there. And then that pulse comes out, and I thought for a second the fight was about to get turned around right there, either losing the fight or at least burning enough clock to get to overtime, and just about there. But they are able to clutch it up in the end, and they're going to run a similar layout, but they want to run this Hanzo, it looks like, the Shimurda brothers. It still have this rush composition from what was he cooking. The problem is, though, that you have this Zen as a target. This is the one issue I have. Zen's a great hero, but it's his target for this rush composition.
Very fair point, but I mean, with the break gone, does it really matter? Who are you going to be running on? Lucio's going to be falling with that trade jump. How do you get that first fight win so quickly? That is insane.
I mean, you kill both supports, and I don't like I do like the fact they killed Chasey, but just res comes out, exactly. And I think you have to just retreat and try to recontest here at the last second. Just give up some ticks, and it doesn't look like they wanted to do that. And now, I don't think they have a recontest at all. They just have to play it Archway.
Oh, but at least overtime is activated for the side of Sale, which means cooking may be feeling a little happier. Though this does slow down the pace of the game significantly, we are seeing the hold on the choke very early, but they may lose out onto Cute White. I mean, they're taking a considerable amount of damage. You're seeing them almost reach half health. They do get the healing, and they're not going to have any ult built up besides from Goop, where Goop has been that player to make those plays as his contest reaches to the choke.
Absolutely. I mean, this is... Oh, the kill on Ahi. That's dreadful. You cannot let a pick like that happen. Goop has to, like, we have to find a trade-off here somehow very soon.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much. Look at that, the dive goes in. They try and pop the barrage, but it's way too telegraphed. They are going to be punished, but the Zenyatta's getting the picks. They continue to get the touch. Look at that, Genji able to shut them down. If there's any player who's starting to find that upstardom, the more momentum they gain, it's gotta be the Genji on the side of Sale.
I mean, Wisex can really do a lot here, and you have to have that happen. As this cart continues to move forward, it's kind of been one of their major ultimates. They do have both support ultimates, though. That can be something that helps them survive for longer, to let the Genji do his work. But you have this Sojourn ultimate coming out right now. The Mines trying to just stay off the attack for now as the cart approaches.
It is going to give them a lot more time, and more importantly, a lot more progress. You're just seeing that move over. They take out the Reaper with it, and then the Junker Queen? That's insane! It's all up to Goop to try and make the play of the game, but that's not going to be possible. You see, as the rest of the team eventually gets shut down, they even use the ping system saying, right there, officer, second point captured.
Yeah, and now what could have been a pretty... what was 2 seconds away from overtime and only one attack necessary, worst case you draw, has now become a scenario where you might be looking at a whole recap with just an overtime with the 1 minute remaining. Dude, oh no, Tracer falls early, and you have to use this rally.
Don't get to use this blade, that's what's important! Going in, looking to make the count, but the Blossom gonna find the rest of the team. You do take the Junker Queen, but I don't really think... Wait, no, the Diva's still there. They're gonna have more than enough time for the rest of the team to be able to return and get value off of that pick. The Lucio's there. I mean, the Tracer's able to take out the Genji, but it was all in vain.
Absolutely. It looks like we got off of the Mercy. No Mercy remaining. We have the Brig from the Mushroom here. And, you down already. Once again, this Barrage is ready to go for Dynamic. Maybe you wish they had the Mercy boost, but you gotta have something here at this point, just being able to use it.
Oh, Mushroom should not have gone for that fight. At least the Barrage makes up for that mistake, but at the cost of the Soundbearer managing to keep them alive. Cooking still has a chance to be able to bring this back. The Pulse Bomb's in their back pocket. Oh my god, the Genji had fell there. I would have lost my hat, but the Pulse Bomb just barely missing out. They still see a stall, but Sale really need to find a good pick onto someone with sustainable healing, and that's more of the Moira. We are seeing them looking to survive close up to this bomb, losing out to Genji. There's a 4v5 right now, but they managed to bring it back to the 4v4, holding on the back of this point, giving them a bit more natural cover, but the bomb is now set as the Junker Queen walks into them. They had to continue to staying onto the point, not going in there to be able to peel in, having to worry about the Lucio sitting there, contesting there, throwing out the bomb, managing to cover over, does take out the Ashe, was sitting there from behind, but it caused at the sacrifice of the baby diva. It's a continued mess of a Brawl. Who is going to be able to bring this as that beat keeps up Sale for a little longer? They're hoping to build up this barrage last second, but the rally is going to be the next ultimate that's coming forward for them. What you're cooking, not able to take out those in the sky, continuing to mess things up, and it seems eventually the Pharah is going to fall. The rally is there to commit just to be able to keep them a little longer, but what is going on with the Reinhardt continuing back into the fight? We're going to see that Pulse Bomb just mess them up, land into the middle, but the shield's going to be able to block it. What can they do?
A whole lot. It looks like they just keep. There's just a stagger keeps coming through. Just now, like in the reverse direction. Illuminous falls at the trade of Mushroom, and finally Chasey falls on the Rhine, and it should be it. And there it is.
Aren't gonna be able to touch and or capture that point. How unfortunate. You saw they were fighting tooth and nail for it. But it seemed like, what was he cooking? Not only were the respawns fast enough, but was it just their stall, their ability to live?
I mean, their ability to live was helpful during the first attack, or the first attack from Sale. A little less useful here because you might live, but you're not killing the opponent, and that's the issue. You need to get them off the cart to stop it, and they just weren't able to clutch it up ultimately. 2 minutes 10 seconds on the clock for what was he cooking? That's two, maybe 3 fights, clean fights on first. That's about all you get after that point. It has to be flawless. So we cannot have what happened in on second happen here, where they got stalled for a while there. To be near perfect, and we still have the dynamic Pharah, just a powerhouse of a player on this hero, and you see Goob having to match it with the Echo just to make it happen.
Oh, this is stressful! I don't do good in these scenarios, Salsa! And with 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, that's enough time to, push it very far, but it's the fact that they don't get more time. That's the part that always breaks my heart. They gotta deal with this Pharah in the sky. That's why you see Goop on the Echo, which is not something I think I've barely seen too much. And Overwatch too.
I think, but it's kind of a concession that, yeah, we've kind of lost the sniper versus dynamic duel. We have to just do an aerial duel at this point, because otherwise we're not distracting him enough. Chasey falls early though. Ooh. And now you start the backing up. You have to give up a tick at least. So that's a bit of progress. Now the question is, how do they want to re-engage onto this point? They don't give up a second tick.
Yeah, they do have a moment of recontest. The Genji stays alive solely for that capability. Wait, no, they're gonna give it up.
So they just give it up.
Free. They didn't have their ball. They didn't feel confident enough to move in. But you're absolutely right. That's incredible. I mean, now the fight's gonna be taking over here at the Arch.
Yeah, I mean, Archway can always be a pain here, but oh, Chasey, oh no, okay, Chasey gets the shields up, but it's their weak shields, just has to use it to get out. Will succeed, but uses that resource a bit earlier than you might want to. The barrage gets 2, but Dynamic falls, and those respawns will be quick. They still have enough time, and they stop the res.
Yeah, it's
this part will still be moving.
That's absolutely insane. We see as the ball wants to try and do a little bit of contesting, but it's not enough. How unfortunate.
Trying to find that late pick on Chasey, cannot do it. Gets out with the skin of their teeth. And now 30 seconds left, and they are still rolling through second. They actually have a shot here. They have a lot of ultimates. They have not had to use really anything here. And it looked like they had also used Valkyrie at the end of there just to try to get out as the Mercy.
Yep, they are going to continue fighting it for a little longer, but they've lost out their Genji very early. Overtime is now going to be committed in. So what was you cooking isn't going to be having that blade as an aggressive ult. It's really all up to Goop kind of put in that extra damage, getting the copy in, wasn't able to truly see who it was able to land on. We know the Wrecking Ball, that's not too bad, but to have that at least a hit scan damage build up to the Mines, but they can lose too from the Stickies. Mines is on the point, but losing out that Brigitte, it's really all up to the Echo, taking out that Genji due to the Mines being there. Look at that, looking to take him out for the sky. How unfortunate. And yet Goop is still there, taking out their counter. Echo, the Transcendence has to be used, saying please do not finish us off. Rez, there, gonna be able to save them a bit more time as Genji is the only person sitting there on the point as the Wrecking Ball is able to come in. They build up to the rally, taking out the Zenyatta, taking out the Echo. What an insane comeback, because that Mercy has to sit there and peel for the Wrecking Ball, but they are not confirming a kill.
Right, but the Mercy's basically dead, has to try to get out, will get the kill, and there's still people touching. They're able to move this cart. They are still in this game, just barely. They still have this rally to use as well. They still have this ultimate that can be used to get them through to the final box of victory as they make it through second, with just a little bit of time to spare of the rest of the team being able to touch for Ahi. Just very, very great play. Trying to come back out of that fight.
I mean, this is insane. They even pop out the rally. They saved it from the last fight. Beautiful ult restraint. Now, it's Sale the one who has to kind of stop this, but they've kind of gone through all of what they owed. And now, with the point, look at this. They're backing up. They're waiting their time. They're kind of giving What Was He Cooking a bit more space. They're going to try and collapse when the slam goes down. Beautiful Stickies does land through. They're not able to burst down anybody. And Mr. Sip has to back up to 1v1 this Tracer. They almost got off the point, just barely managing to come back. But look at this. They lose out on the Genji for the side of Sale. What He's Cooking continues to push forward. We see that slam does its nice job, but no Stickies to find the follow-up as the Genji's looking to do much. The Mines, you're right. The Mines slam through. It takes out Goop. They're looking for the boot, but the contest is still there as the Brigitte is quickly going to be falling over. They have to continue to touch it, but this may be it. You're absolutely right. As we see the Genji wanting to do their best, they do lose out on the copy, but look at that, another one falling to the Mines. Junker Queen and it seems like Sale at the end of it, once again, when it matters the most, they clutch it. GG's in the chat. Well deserved. That scoreline may not prove to you how hard they were fighting, but it does show the determination that both of these teams were willing to go.
Yeah, I mean, and a very close series all around, but Sale just having that little bit of extra clutch factor near the end of these games, just able to clutch out that fight, able to clutch out on New Queen Street and win that set, and just very, very close, but Sale takes it 2-0.
I mean, that was incredibly stressful on these players, I mean, I just don't know how you keep like a heavy focused mind in a scenario like that, at least for me. I know for a fact, absolute anxiety has to be overcoming you. So, you know, when we look at the bright side, when it comes down to the bracket Sale, they're going to continue to move forward. They're going to be able to look forward to who's going to be their next opponent. But I kind of feel more bad for What Was He Cooking. Did absolutely phenomenal. I think Goop tried their hardest to make those hero plays, but Overwatch 2 is not a game where one person can lead it anymore. Everybody's got to have their part.
Absolutely, but the run in this bracket obviously is not over. Still goes down to losers. We're waiting for the result of match 3, White Collar Revenge versus Yo It's Poppin'. But What Was He Cooking still has. It looks like this might still have something in the tank there, and
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see how far they can get.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see what happens in the future. But make sure you don't go anywhere. Next match is going to be CrabApple versus Solar Snack. So, we're gonna be going over to a quick break, get some... yeah, you know, you're gonna be able to see the schedule for a second. Sorry, laugh, because I just realized the name's CrabApple, and for some reason that's hilarious to me. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break.
It's just a lot of playing pretend, and I wanna do more than talk. I guess that you can call us friends. your shirt. Want you to make the move first, making me forget I've been hurt. I've never been so bold or reckless. Now we're running out of our words, overturning tables we turn, throwing out the things that I've learned. Cross the line and take my chances. And I've been thinking this is it. Either it's right or wrong, but I've already pictured it, and I wanna do more than talk. Nothing like a crazy risk to give me what I really want. Get into the space I'm in. I wanna do more than talk. I don't really wanna play it cool. Take this to another level. More than talk. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable. I'll show you things you never knew you wanted now. As long as you take this to another level. Wasting time on my own. All the places that we go, all this pain builds within. Footsteps fade, what could have been? Finally, I feel more free. The end of you and me. Let it go, let it be. My heart belongs to me. My heart belongs to me. You're never gonna let me go, and I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling stronger, feeling stronger. You're never gonna let me go, and I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling stronger, feeling stronger. Feeling stronger, feeling stronger. You're never gonna let me go, and I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling stronger, feeling stronger. You're never gonna let me go, and I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling stronger, feeling stronger. Feeling stronger. I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end in sight. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end in sight. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back, or welcome. Whether you're watching this today, tomorrow, day, night, we thank you so much for tuning in to BPL 2 Beta 2 Brawl as we return for CrabApple versus Solar Snack. This is a match that's definitely got me a little bit hungry, but more importantly, one that I can't say I can predict very confidently. I'm username underscore Intel, your big-haired play-by-play caster, here joined by Salsa, the even bigger-brained color caster. Now, beforehand, when we were talking, getting a sense of these teams, we were talking very highly of these players, so I'm a little intimidated by this match.
Yeah, no, both of these teams kind of have really solid rosters, at least of core players. If we can bring them up, I think on CrabApple, they obviously went 3-0 in our Swiss pools format, and you have a lot of really good players like Garden, Azu, Pengalex, Butters, Pirate Spy. Really, that's a really solid core of 5 right there. On the side of Solar Snack, you have players like Wi-Fi on DPS. Dust is a really good tank. Mahir is a really good support. You also have Pandemon on DPS. Just a lot of really solid players that we've seen in other BPL events, just over a long span of time, and just a lot of talent really just in these two rosters. And unfortunately, this is an elimination game because they both lost their round ones. So we will say goodbye to one of them. Both of them were 2-1 losses. One was to Kingpin, that was Solar Snack. The other was to Demon Mode from CrabApple, and they're both their winners round 1 games.
Yeah. I mean, that breaks my heart seeing a team go home, but for some reason, those are always the games that produce some of the best matches and, the things that you truly remember, which, for me, I think is, going to be very exciting when we're looking at how these teams are going to be working. More than anything, they're working off of a different map style since they're in this form of the bracket, meaning that they are going to be starting out back on Control, and we already know what map type that's going to be, and it's absolutely one of my favorite maps. I'm so glad sometimes we get to see it, but I was hoping for a little bit more of Busan. It's going to be Lijiang Tower, a map famous for its old teleport strategy, but now more famous for the fact that team somehow Junker Queen themselves off the map, which is something that always gives me a good laugh.
It's always a good chuckle whenever that happens. That's the thing. It's like say of the 3 like kind of initial maps that were added for control, they all have those environmental hazards, at least in parts of their maps. But Lijiang is usually the one that doesn't matter quite as much, unless you're on Garden's Bridge, where then we salute you, fallen soldiers.
I mean, you're absolutely right. So I'm very excited to see how these teams are going to more specifically be working. With it being Garden's first out, it's almost kind of curious. I've seen a lot of teams, and this is pretty much the formula of what has been working, but I've seen also Sigma work. But with it being kind of more of a Jungle Queen versus Wrecking Ball type of composition, what should we be predicting?
It's gonna be a lot of like what we saw in our previous match, where you're gonna try to rush down on a target that is gonna be pretty stationary. In this case, that's gonna be Mahir. Meanwhile, you're gonna see Wi-Fi and just try to coordinate an attack onto just kind of the center of the group, kind of isolate somebody out, and then let Flex try to jump in. And we already see Dust just getting burst down by CrabApple. He can just catch him out. That's the one issue with this composition. If you're not like super coordinated here on a map like Gardens, you will just have players die really early, and Mahir goes down as well, kind of executing on their strategy, and they have pretty solid point control here. Wi-Fi just trying to get pot shots through the windows that do as much damage as possible.
They're doing a relatively good job when it comes down to this poke, to this, little bit of a tease. However, CrabApple have full control over this point, and there's not much you can do. Their focus fire is absolutely immense. You can already see as the Wrecking Ball comes in, looks for that slam, almost loses half of their health, but look at that. Pelagon is actually the one who's going to fall during that scuffle. The Wi-Fi is just freely walking in without a care in the world. They're not even paying attention, able to get 2 kills out of it, and the barrage. They may almost lose their life, but they did an amazing job.
I mean, a nice recontest there. Not quite done with it just yet, but should get the flip here. 37%. Solid first hold from CrabApple, but you see, Solar Snack ticking up their progress.
They're going to feel pretty confident on it. They're now the ones who get to engage and set up. Missed the rollout, but you got Butters. Oh, the poor soul just trying to play the game. What a nice boop as well, coming up from Wi-Fi. Taking out the Lucio, then the Cassidy, slowly... Whoa! The Sojourn quick after. Unnecessary, but I can respect it.
Takes away the, basically a 5k from Wi-Fi with the pulse on Azu, but, yeah, just a really nice set of positioning for Wi-Fi to get all those picks in and around the bridge. It is never fun to have to cross that bridge with the far from the opponent, and you'll see now they're rotating towards the other side because they have a better chance of getting through there. But the issue is Dust gets to put these mines right in the square middle of where they're attacking.
Yeah, oh, look at that beautiful spin. That's a spot that I have never seen, but being inside a small room is a terrible idea. As you see, the nano goes on to the far, the mines being placed outside their exit way. They are trapped within a wall of death. The splash damage helping to clean it up. The anti a little more than necessary. Solar Snack, they are pushing it forward.
So there was not even a need to use the barrage, just because of how much damage is getting put out otherwise and how trapped they really are. Really solid positioning from Dust with the mines and Wi-Fi with the rockets. Really solid, and now we have to... It's going to be a bunch of ultimates from CrabApple, and we already see 2 come out.
The barrage gets taken out the moment they actually got a fair trade in, but the Valk with the res mentioned. Wait, no, does it bring back Wi-Fi? I think it just barely brings back, but you lose your mercy. Not really a sacrifice that you want to happen. As you see, the control go over to CrabApple. That poor Far is going back to the spawn room.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Solar Snack has used a lot of their key resources. They still will get this mine up soon. They will still get this pulse bomb soon, but it'll take a little bit more time, and we're at a point at which long-term fights can't... CrabApple will have to hold for a good long while. They're at 60%. So... Oh?
Well, look, moving in. Garden has to be careful. Is losing out on this 1v1 against a flex. And it seems it's not going to be paying off. The point, this is where the pressure, 99 to 70% is a big time difference to make. They may need to just try and sacrifice to stall, but landing that sound barrier is nice. Saves you from the pulse bomb. And Solar Snacks are having a difficult time finding out somebody to kill. They even lose out their support line in the midst of it. But Wi-Fi deflects. They're there for the cleanup. Even having the barrage of music and immediately on the board butters. But it's going to lose your life as a way to sacrifice. Azu as well, having beautiful sustain on this point.
Yeah, I mean, now it's 99.99. You're waiting for respawns. Azu falls. Not a lot of bodies on the point for either side here. The mines come out. So you have to disengage. Dust dies. There's only one person on the point for Solar Snack trying to flip, and overtime will start to expire, and there's no bodies able to touch. Nobody's there.
No, you're right, but I mean, CrabApple places, you know, they've got the mines out. They've got everything. More than that, they've got the lead in this series. And I gotta say, I'm a little bit caught off guard. Solar Snacks looks like they had a good pace, good understanding of how they wanted to play that composition, but in the end, they broke down.
Unfortunately, that's just the way that Ultimate's kind of cycle. When it comes to Solar Snack, their composition is a lot of individuals that can do a lot of damage. But because you're not kind of grouped you're not in that group, it's harder to get some of your support ults that can really help you burst through. And they only had one fight, really, like one fight that they could use to build before they had to have their fight to actually cap to get to 99.99. And now we see traditional control center stuff. We see the Junkrat from Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi's Junkrat is actually just insane. It's just a bunch of and it's a bunch of rush basically. Always fun to see.
Hey, I agree, though I believe that's not the correct skin. Bad skin, it's Chengdu, not Fusion. They're going to be taking out Butters with that momentum. Look at that, CrabApple having a beautiful respect, and they're even backing up, not wanting to risk it.
I mean, now the question is, are they going to try? They are going to back off to try to get the cap here, but the question is, how are they going to want to hold the doorway? You already have lost your Lucio, so CrabApple in a tough spot right now, starting to just kind of get a little bit diffed in this rush duel, but have to get some heals out for deflects.
It's a lot to deal with the Reinhardt just, you know, walking into you. It's almost claustrophobic. You have to deal with that charge that can now cancel midway through the Junker Queen. Well, I will say, is a debatably better character in these types of scenarios. It's not working out too well. Solar Snack just play back, wait for their opponents to walk in. They are going to be using that shout, that charge, missing into the wall. A little unfortunate, but that may build up Blizzard. That's the first ultimate we're going to be seeing coming out, and it captures a few. Junker Queen's able to get full value off of it while the rest of Solar Snack try to run away. It's just not going to be working well. Gardens, I think we should pay more attention to you.
Yeah, Garden gets it's a very nice Blizzard. And honestly, I love that. That wall was even more important here. Oh, gets trapped in the middle of the point. Nice. No, that wall was just so heads up, trying to stop that charge. Just a really nice play, and now you get to initial control, 49% versus 15 and ticking up.
Yeah, they're gonna pop out that rib tire, hoping to end this fight. I mean, it may get broken. Short's on full sights on it, but not able to take it out. Will actually be taken from it. The Brawl just immediately walks in, is able to find that follow-up. Poor May just hoping to survive. They are gonna stall this point out for a little longer. It's still in favor for the side of CrabApple, but they're not gonna be able to win it.
That finding Pengolex, when it did just after Ozzy falls, like right before Ozzy falls, means you lose clear at once, and it's just basically not playable after that. And now we see Wi-Fi just take out Azu again, disengage, have to go back to the spawn room, just take a second, wait for Azu to come back, and then go again. And the problem is that Solar Snack have both the support ultimates and this Sojourner. You have like all of what you want to use here.
Yeah, they are playing into that aggression. You see as CrabApple, Pentagon is looking to use that ultimate. They actually get caught out by Deflex doing the same. The Mei is able to get a good slowness onto Dust, but is not going to be able to save themselves. Oh, close to an Ajax, but the sound barrier does land just barely. We were close. As we see CrabApple now coming up on the Junker Queen, ult may find some issue being able to solidify a kill, but does manage to take them out before it's possible. That was their one and only chance to be able to bring this back into their favor. However, Dust does fall. It does seem the damage was there. CrabApple just barely bring this back into their favor because Wi-Fi as much as that. Wait, what a beautiful shot! They're actually going to survive with the healing from the Lucio. It's sustaining them.
Yeah, they will get to overtime, starting to expire half a touch. And you really have to look at something like Azu and Garden with their ultimates here. They have to turn this fight around. The beat comes out from Jonathan, getting just to run around. Here comes this Shatter, gets a lot. And that should be it. This should be around, or we should go to our final map, which is going to be Night Market.
I mean, you're right. That was beautiful. You know, cookie, whatever you want to call it, did its job, and it did it wonderfully. We may be looking at teams that will be able to win depending on their composition.
I mean, it's always kind of a back and forth on Night Market, or not, on Lijiang Tower, excuse me. But here is where the Piper kind of has to get paid. Is do you want to, for Solar Snack particularly, Solar Snack lost and on Gardens, and Gardens is more similar to Night Market than Control Center is, so the question is, do you want to stick with Rush? It looks like the answer is yes here, so they will stay on the composition that was working for them. An interesting call, but I don't completely disagree with it, as we just try to get into this opening skirmish here, trying to retreat to point.
And understand it does work, it does its job, and it does it well. They are going to be running right out onto the point, and they have pretty convincing cover right now, not only with the Rhine shield, but with the natural cover. We do see the Brawl come out, the Junker Queen's being left in the dust, as we see the rest of Solar Snack looking to dive right on top, well, more Brawl on top of the Squishies, but they rotated far too out, and there's even a switch of positions as CrabApple, they're the ones who come close to controlling the point. They're the ones who have to deal with the kind of invaders as that Junker Queen gets split off, moved back into the team. That Moira is able to take out the flex. We are going to be losing Butters. Not having that Moira is going to be a big problem because, as you can see, they're losing out on healing, yet Garden's able to go onto the flank, take out Wi-Fi while they're distracted. Solar Snacks have way too many angles to deal with, though they do get the point capture. It may not last for too long. However, they are going to put on this pressure, try and take out that Junker Queen while they can.
Absolutely. I mean, even if it's only a couple of percent, just getting that initial capture and getting those opening percentage matters. And now CrabApple starting to have to come back and retreat. Azu falls, so the stick coming from Garden gets two bowls of support. This is actually blown wide open once again. CrabApple could have a shot at taking this point back.
You make a very great point. As much as they really wanted to try and contest this, stall it out, you can see Wi-Fi doing their best, and then the Reinhardt coming in, Dust hoping to do so. They're kind of getting picked off one by one. They will manage to bring this up to at least 40%, but it's, you know, going to cost them a little bit of a stagger.
Absolutely. I mean, it was originally back and forth. Solar Snack just kind of gets the point, and then you just see CrabApple backing off a little bit as if they're going to re-engage going around the back. And then Azu falls, so you have to take a long time to get there. And then you get that pulse immediately afterwards, and there's actually a real reason to actually go back in. And oh no, the shot onto the, gets away. A lot of mental attack.
Yeah, look at that. They are being hit with everything as the Flex looks to get those headshots. Isn't going to be able to land. Is struggling to take this 1v1. Will end up losing it as CrabApple managed to take the victory. Seems like the Shatter was kind of just used looking for it. But, I mean, Pelagon managed to get that, well, play of the game, it looks like. It's feeling great.
Tangle is just a very, very good player. Always has been, really. And we see they're trying to rotate back around. It looks like to the back, but oh, the post bump finds two again. Oh, Garden. Somebody's got to stop him. Someone's got to stop Garden. This is insane.
They do not care. They just continue to get angry. Garnet is building up that pace the longer we go. I thought they were impressive a bit on the May, but this Tracer's going insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to kind of stop that Tracer that keeps taking off some of your squishies. This charge has to come in, doesn't find anybody, and just all the Solar Stack starts to fall apart once that shield goes down to charge in. Just the rush from CrabApple is just that much better from Solar Snack here. They just can't exploit some of the things that they were exploiting on Night or on Control Center. Excuse me, they're on Night Market. Yeah.
And it's costing them time. We see as that blade comes out, it has a sound barrier. That was a zoning blade more than anything. They rush onto the point expecting their opponents, but CrabApple had actually rushed on top of them. Wi-Fi is going to end up losing their life, but the Flex is able to take out the Lucio. This is benefiting them as well. There's not really anybody to speed into the opponents, but the Junker Queen really doesn't care, ignoring going straight after the Flex. Now it's just a tank and support holding the line. They have control of the point, meaning they can play it forward. They're not going to be worrying too much, but then look at this. Melt you out with the Sojourn ultimate. Yo, gotta respect and take these DPS out first.
Absolutely. I mean, Azu is kind of the target, but still, you cannot let these DPS run amok and deal so much damage to you. You will lose the fight that way, and it looks like that's what will happen here to Solar Snack, and that looks to be the end of the snap here, but,
Now they're gonna keep... They're gonna keep fighting it. They do manage to clear out this fight, and it does seem like CrabApple. Now CrabApples, they're the ones who are going to take the victory, feeling nice and happy. It is still 1-2, meaning they have just taken this league. But now I'm kind of feeling uncomfortable with the possibilities of Solar Snack. You know, we talk a lot about the future in King's Row, but I think CrabApple just outbrawled them.
yeah, they got it. I mean, the issue is that they outbrawled on Control Center, but then they got outbrawled here on Night Market, and that's where you have to kind of make that judgment call of, okay, what's the right pick then for map? I think actually we do actually have a change. This is losers bracket, so this is actually considered a round 2, so it'll be Escort next. Which makes the decision even harder, because if you want a rush map, there's not a lot around here. You have Circuit Royale, not a really rush map. Route 66, not really a rush map. And Junkertown, absolutely not a rush map. So it's going to be tough to figure out what they might want out of this. I think there's a call to be made that they might go to something like Circuit. I think Circuit's a bit more likely than the other two, but that's really speculation. It's just of a what would you rather play and have to deal with Garden and Pangalex on the DPS, because it is a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. A lot is, well, too much is going to be happening when it comes down to next map, but we're going to go over to a quick break, so don't you go anywhere, because this match could happen at any time. Welcome back, everybody. Told you it was going to be a short break because these players are more than excited to continue this series. Salsa, we're looking at Escort being our next map, and we're looking at CrabApple taking the lead in this series. What do Solar Snack need to do right now?
I mean, obviously, win, but maybe more so paths to victory. I think you just. I don't think it's wise necessarily to just try to outduel on Rush. I think maybe you want to try to just exploit the Rush comp as much as you can. Circuit Royale's a good map for that. That is the map that we will be taking, that they have picked, Circuit Royale. We also have a couple of substitutions coming in. So Garden is out, Perseus is in, and Pirate Spy is in for Grunt. And then on Solar Snack's side, I believe it's Panamon in for Deflex, and Silvertoll's in for Jonathan. If I'm not mistaken, I think those are all of the substitutions we have coming into Circuit Royale. So hopefully those small changes of the composition can help. Yes, I was correct on the support line getting swapped out there. So Panamon locks the Widow automatically. Not a bad call on this map. And we see the Pengolex kind of matching that with the Ashe. We've basically kind of what we expect to see on Circuit Royale at this point.
You're very right. A lot of yesterday, especially when more specifically looking on a map like this, we've seen these snipers take control. And this is where obviously you see from Solar Snack, they're running out with the Widowmaker. They have a chance to be able to go for these sight lines, but it's all about control and positioning of where they want to be. I like this idea of using Wi-Fi on the Pharah. Wi-Fi is continuous to kind of play safe with these corners, but is willing to go aggressive, which is going to take sights away from the Widowmaker. So more than anything, it's kind of CrabApple. Oh wow, look, losing the illegal maneuver legally as they take that over angle and get some poke in.
Now this is part of it they did allow for, that they do want you to be able to do now. But yeah, just trying to hit some pot shots, getting pocketed, trying not to die. We see Butters go down early, so that is not good. Panamon getting that headshot there and trying to find another, cannot do it, but Wi-Fi will clean it up. And
yeah, I mean,
not be away from those supports means you have to retreat to CrabApple. There's plenty of time and plenty of push for Solar Snack that they get for free, essentially.
Absolutely correct. And moreover, you're seeing CrabApple wanting to hold this corner. The Sigma wants to do their best to conserve that shield, but they're being pressured out by their opponents, which is becoming a big problem. I mean, there's not much healing going down for them, and the Widowmaker's able to get the headshot to take them out. They're not dealing with that Widow, and they're gaining free sightlines. I mean, this is just going to be a recurring issue.
Absolutely, a nice shot from Panamon. And yeah, we're waiting on that. Oh, on a full scale. Butters. Okay, Butters is dead. Very cool. And I don't think there's gonna be a recontest here, and they will get first for free. All right, sounds good.
I mean, they're just feeling angry today. They didn't want to lose that last map, and so they're stepping up their game right now. You see, as they're already getting in some good pressure very early on, but they have to be careful. Their Sigma's getting low, and this Widowmaker is not positioned correctly. Oh, rather, not in a safe zone. Able to get that hook out. Feel a little safe, even get the res onto their Pharah, who managed to fall. They're going to use that barrage takeout too, may lose the Sigma, but that fight is practically over. Azu wants to do the best that they can and put this back in their favor, but it's all over.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a whole lot you can do here. Just kind of have to back off and get as much damage as you can in, build up your flux, but not able to do it quite yet, and the cart continues rolling on at a great pace. Still 4 minutes are in the bank, and that doesn't count the extra about 10 seconds they have to actually touch second. Depends on how this contestants go, but the visor coming out here is always difficult.
That Flux is going to slam. They want to contest it before the capture goes, and look at that. Widow's able to get two. Blade is counteracted by this Transcendence, not able to get much out of it. As you can see, Pandemonium is going to fall from the Brigida as that slam goes down. They're looking for the combo to be able to take out Solar Snack Sigma. This is falling out of Solar Snack's favor as you see CrabApple now building up to this rally. They do get stunned, but the Brigida is going to be able to survive. Genji does fall out through, but the rally's now going to give them a bit more sustain as the Zenyatta's gone. And with this Sigma stunned, it's all over. Without that tank, I mean, what's left for them?
I mean, not a whole lot. There was a lot of really good, promising things happening in that fight. Pimnon got 2, but it just could not be closed out, and they still will be on the verge of first, or verge of second. Really only with this Valkyrie to their name. And CrabApple still has their Transcendence to use, which is a pretty key ultimate in trying to potentially counteract any damage other than maybe this, the Widow headshots here.
Now they're getting some good damage. Oh, trying to recreate the cinematic there. Unfortunately, the recall still happens, so it's an accurate one-for-one depiction. I'm interested to see how this Valk's going to be used aggressively. That's the answer. Look at them as they move forward, taking out Azu. Transcendence, it's far too late, but they're going to use it in a more aggressive format, just yelling, go, go, go. You can already see them trying to commit in. They even take out the Widowmaker on the side of Solar Snacks, but this may have been a way too hard commitment. As you see, both supports are going to fall. Soldier's going to fall. I mean, there's no reason to try and contest it. This is going to be a hold on to the 3rd point, but they did kill a lot of time.
Absolutely. All that time off the bank is very difficult for Solar Snack, but they still have a pretty decent shot, I think, at making this attack go well. They're making some swaps, better suiting their composition to 3rd point. Absolutely what you should do once you've used a bunch of your ultimates like they just have. Dust is kind of out on the side, alright? We see on CrabApple's side they do have this Flux coming up soon, but they also have both their DPS ultimates, and those are the things they have to use to try to win here. This Flux comes out. Will it find anyone? It does find a bunch, but the Immortality Field is out.
It did a good job. Unfortunately, Dust. Oh my Dust! Stop playing games like this. The Transcendence is going to come out. It's actually going to counteract the Visor. Visor is going to just do a pretty good job at least stopping them, but that payload continues to move as well as, look at that, the Widowmaker is set up now with sights. You can no longer peek a window. There you go. That's what you get for always playing the dangerous game of peeking. We are going to be seeing the boop come out, but Wi-Fi manages to find out Butter, so nobody else is getting kicked out. Oh, poor Widowmaker. It happens to the best of us. You don't need to worry, Pandem. You have been hitting some amazing shots.
Yeah, I mean, this is become a little back and forth, but ultimately, CrabApple still holding on quite well. Dust Ball gets booped down to the bottom there. The cart will still keep moving. Pandemon falls, and here comes this Flux, gets 2 from it, and that should be the fight. Pangalex dies. Alright, see you later, Pangalex. And yeah, full scale retreat and reset from all players involved, I guess. Yeah.
Who wrote their name in the book? I mean, that was just too coincidental.
Yeah, so full support ultimates for CrabApple. Key resource to help defend against this, or defend the point, because they're not too far away from the map. Solar Snack have this blade, but unfortunately that can get canceled out by this trance, so you have to kind of force out the trance before this blade can be is built and can be of any use.
Yeah, unfortunately, losing out that Tracer is going to be a bit of a problem. That Pulse Bomb could have set up for something nice, especially to burst down the Wrecking Ball's health, but CrabApple still have ultimates to spare. They're watching out. They want to be careful. They know their opponents are going on for the flank, ignoring their point altogether. Beautiful eat. Except the majority of that damage. They use the Transcendence, and they're going after the Zenyatta. The poor soul is barely going to be able to survive because of the immortality, but it's just not enough as that ball gets booped almost off the map. It's going to be a queen click fight, but all ultimates had to be committed. Now that's a worrying sight, because as you see, Solar Snacks are starting to get this fight back. Not everybody was taken out. As the next fight comes in, that's, what, 3, 4 ultimates that are going to be invested?
Absolutely, and now you have this blade, and you can't use it in a second. You have this blade ready to go soon. You have these mines coming out soon. You have your window as well. Panamon might fall, but again, as long as they can get reset well, they do have enough in their reserves that they can actually win the fight against CrabApple. But you have to kind of get ready for that, and they're not really setting up. They keep trying to harass the point, and you just can't afford to do that. You have to come in as a whole group of 5.
they're at least gonna have this chance, you know, to set up. I feel more than anything they're trying to set up for Wi-Fi's Blade. They're taking a second to scout as they use that window out. Wi-Fi's gonna be able to walk in, try and set for the Blade, but use that dash to more or less take out the Sigma.
I don't even need it.
Yeah, they may not need it. You're absolutely right, but those mines will be massive. You see, as the pulse bomb goes out, it is going to take out the immortality, but the Baptiste is in the safest spot in the world. They got off the point that, oh, my heart just twitched.
No C9s here, unfortunately. But you gotta keep healing up your team. Finally, it comes out, and Butters just has no shot. Wi-Fi has to only get one off of it. Will fall afterwards, but still a good fight here on this point. The Flux comes out, does not even get anything because they will fall, and that should be it. This map will be completed.
Like it never happened.
In overtime, best scenario you could have hoped for, especially with that Bob. Absolutely proud. But that doesn't leave too much room for the imagination when it comes to what CrabApple needs to do. They capture all 3 points and then outbeat that. But CrabApple's been looking a little hit or miss. At least when it comes to the consistency when it goes to these fights. We're looking at them making very questionable position making. I think some players on CrabApple are going in for very aggressive ideas that aren't benefiting them.
I can see. I don't know if I fully agree with that. I think it's just sometimes the chaos of playing on defense, of having to play it in a certain way. But I do agree with that. There's probably some room for improvement on some of the shots that need to be taken to really shut down Pandemon in particular. Pandemon was kind of making making life hell for some of the players on CrabApple, and then that just let the rest of Solar Snack get in for free. And you can't let that happen. So we will see. We're having the Pandemon's Widow coming out and the Wi-Fi Sojourn. So 2 hit scan heroes, and it looks like it'll be matched by an Ashe. So Pangolek step up here and be able to get these picks.
Ooh, it's gonna be a messy fight to start out. When you have to walk in and try and peek into a Widowmaker, I think that's the biggest fear. I never like it when we're on the camera and the Widowmaker's on the enemy team. Look at this. That is peeking, just making sure it's safe, and they know it is. I'm glad for that.
Absolutely. Ooh, nice. Trying to get some damage in through the dynamite, and really trying to scrap it out in these tiny hallways, trying to get as much damage as possible. Shields are minuscule at this point. Pangolek finds Panemon, and we finally might start to see this part move forward quite a bit because of that, the lack of that sniper presence.
And they are forced back to that corner. There's maybe a little easier for the Widowmaker to kind of get set up, but it seems like Silvertail's the one who's going to get that early on pick. But just has to be careful. Really the biggest person to help out the team, not only with damage, but with healing. Has to play a bit farther back. Solar Snacks staying onto that corner or looking out for this engagement. But I mean, this is more of the Widowmaker. That shield is stopping everything they do.
Sure, I mean, it's unfortunately the shield kind of makes it hard to get some of these shots through. Pandemon not having a fun time right now, and Pandemon still finds Fire Spy. All right, never mind. Making my words.
Yep, having to fight and fight they will, using that window, but, well, it does help out a little. Ooh, beautiful headshot onto the Tracer to shut that down. I mean, this time bank is not looking too good.
Definitely is not 2 minutes and 10 seconds and ticking downwards. But you're near second, or near first, near capping. The issue is that a lot of your ultimates are getting matched by Solar Snack. And the ultimates that you're not, it's really usually that Solar Snack is ahead on them. Like Wi-Fi is Sojournal.
Oh,
and Butters gets... Oh, no.
No, look, that... Butters is going to fall. We see the Flux now come out, but the Transcendence is there to be able to save the Sigma, who was rearing death's door. They even managed to get a trade onto CrabApple's own tank and continue pushing forward, finding out these daggers, finding them out. What does CrabApple really have to do? I mean, that Bob's going to add a 6th person onto their team, but I worry, is that going to be enough for them?
Not really. I mean, this Infrasight is going to be kind of shutting down the push for a good little bit, just because you don't want to just risk getting your head taken clean off by Pandemon, or the rest of the team, like Perseus is discovered with Dust, and it's going to be a little bit longer before this attack can come through.
60 seconds remaining.
We do have a moment for a brief poke. I want to see what the Sigma on the side. Azu been playing very passive. Doesn't have that room out of fear of the Widowmaker and everybody else, but I really want to be seeing that Brigitte with Azu up forward. I mean, you lose out on your Ashe. That's a terrible first start. You see, as they are forced to play more reserved, and yet Azu wants to play that aggression, wants to continue getting that touch very early on, but they're working at a 4v5.
No, and this is where all these ultimates for CrabApple have to be a big difference maker. You have both your board ultimates, you have to start using them, you have to be able to actually take some aggression, you have to use these DPS ultimates, you have to get his presence on this cart, and the pulse bomb comes out, doesn't get anything, this boss to be cool. But it's hard to do. The immortality field's out, so you have to survive.
Yeah, but the dynamite was way more. It caught so many people, and look at that, they managed to shut them down. The influx of ultimates was a far too overwhelming for the side of Solar Snack to deal with, but you cannot do it every time to win this game.
No, I mean, it was very close, but not enough healing came out after the immortality field to counteract some of the damage that was being done from the dynamite, and you didn't have to force out some of the, like this Flux or from Azu or this Trance from Butters. So you still have these extra resources to be able to get through potentially a good portion of second, and the cart's already about a third of the way through.
They're going to be fighting hard to try and bring this a little more favorable, because CrabApple are set up very early. You see, as the Eat is there, even manages to throw the rock out, but Azu's not in a position to be able to use that ultimate to take the fight. Unfortunately, will be melted down. Solar Snacks know what they want to do and when they want to do it, as their Ashe gets the heal orb. I mean, there's no immortality for the side of CrabApple, but there's really nobody to commit the damage to stop them.
You're right. I mean, it's difficult to find this, and Solar Snack has control of the cart once again. And now I think you really want to look at some of these ultimates. You have this match with the Trances, you have this match with the Fluxes, and this Pulse Bomb could be impactful here. But that's really the only key difference maker is this Pulse. Can it do anything important? Trance comes out to prevent the Flux. Will we see the mirror match here on the other side?
Oh, it is going to catch the immortality out, which isn't too bad. Just able to melt down the resources, but has melt themselves down. Waiting for Azu, using a Flux of their own. Transcendence is going to counteract it, keep them up for a little longer. Unfortunately, that Sorcerer was far too up, wasn't able to get that healing fast enough. Everybody else trying to disengage has not left fast enough. As you see, they are melted down. CrabApple should debatably capture this point.
Definitely. I mean, the fact that Silvertails was not playing with the rest of the team to actually caught in the Flux is both a credit to Azu for avoiding finding the Zen, but also the Zen needs to play with the team a lot closer in that scenario. You really want to be able to heal up there.
And Wi-Fi gets the 3K and shuts them down. There's not much that the Sigma can do. Now with less than 20 seconds on the clock, I do believe, I don't really think CrabApple have a moment to win back this fight. They have to go to the Lucio just for the touch.
10 seconds trying to get this touch. I don't even know if they will. They're trying to body block, and I think that'll be it. I don't think this will get the touch off.
No,
yeah.
Unfortunately not. It's not in their favor, and Solar Snack proved that control is just game one. It matters how you finish. Don't believe they had 2 points. No, they have 1. We got a little too excited. No leaks just yet, because, well, it's going to have to be finished in the map 3.
We still have 1 more. It will be, yeah, it should be push, correct? Yeah. So it will be push, and we see a nice Mercy play of the game. Good job.
Not often you get, yeah, it's not often you get that. So tip of the hair, definitely feeling proud of you for that. But now I'm more curious. You've had a second to look at how CrabApple play and how Solar Snack play. What is being the defining difference in these fights?
Right, so CrabApple good at the rush composition. Maybe a little not as good at the rest of the compositions. Definitely did not seem like they were on the same level with these snipers, and just kind of handling them that way. So CrabApple want to take this to a push map that you can get a better sight lines on. I think that's probably Coliseum between the two. So that's what I would expect to see, and I'm not sure if that means that Solar Snack might just want to run into this rush mirror. I don't think that's what they want to have to do. I think they want to still try to run these slightly off compositions, kind of like what we saw on Garden. But the problem is they lost on Gardens pretty badly. So it's trying to kind of find that middle ground that they need to have, not just going rush, but winning without playing rush, like they did on other parts of Lejeune.
Yeah, I'll give you that. That is extremely fair, though I am worried. A lot of, at least my opinion, being on to push maps is the team with the better coordination is always going to be winning.
100%.
That
is the difficulty. Like, CrabApple is a bit more coordinated. It's just that they didn't have what they needed there. Solar Snack has seen a bit more disparate, but they just had their composition and they knew what they wanted to play on Circuit Royale, which will make this a bit more difficult on to Coliseum.
So, the moment that we kind of figure out which map they're going to be going on, that's the point of where we're going to be able to see who gets the lead. But, however, the reason why I kind of bring it up is, can positioning and kind of where CrabApple set themselves be a little different? Because we know these push maps have a lot of angles, especially Castillo. It's very famous because of that little loop-de-loop it little has, and while it is a little hard to fight when you're at that initial start, I mean, can just setting yourself up, using these angles differently, can that be the change they need?
Absolutely. It depends on what the compositions are, really, because like the way that they want to play coordinated, rush is a very different style of coordination between other styles, just because of how in sync you have to be as a team. When often with other compositions, you can kind of let groups of your team play in different groups. Of course, it's always difficult with only one tank now. Used to be able to kind of run in two groups of a front line and a back line. Now it's just like line. It's always a little different. Here, obviously, CrabApple comes out with the rush, and it looks like Solar Snack does want to mirror that, so the pick onto Coliseum from CrabApple did work, prevented Solar Snack from playing some of the snipers that they may have wanted to play, considering that's what was the difference maker on Circuit Royale.
5, 4,
For me, at least, well, I want to see more coming out of these support players. They've been extremely quiet throughout the game. Yes, there was a play of the game before, but they're missing out, especially for this first fight. Those supports are going to be absolutely irreplaceable, especially Butters and Mahir. Those antis could be big and massive. As you can see, the damage reduct going right on to Junker Queen, and now they have to back up. Solar have the advantage, at least when they have a Reinhardt, solely because of that shield. Look at that, they're able to back up, throw a Fire Strike, and prepare for the bot to get moving, but they are being circled around almost like a trap while their opponents are still in a very linear angle, and they have to walk into CrabApple. CrabApple are sitting at different spots looking to get as much damage as they can. However, Azu cannot push up for too long consistently. Is being forced back into a corner, is struggling to find where to go, while Solar Snack continue to move it inch by inch. The closer it gets, the more they push, and yet when Mahir falls, that's where they collapse. You cannot lose your support first.
Absolutely not. I mean, the advantage of having the shield with the Rhine is meaning you can defend yourself against more, but when your support falls despite the shield, it's very difficult to come back. Especially when your only other support is that Lucio. Not a lot of healing coming out from Lucio because they're focused on speed there, and requires a little bit more planning on how to deal with that. You'll see the lead getting taken by CrabApple here.
Yeah, they have at least a good sense. But look at that, because Peglin able to use that hit, take out the edge, but the Riptire takes out both of the supports?
Vintage Wi-Fi. Vintage Wi-Fi. This is what we came to see when we were watching a Wi-Fi game. Just gets the tire and just completely destroys people with it. And already regains control of the bot and trying now to have a better offense than they had in their first.
Now we're going to be seeing them once again kind of mirror up. It really is the main thing on the side of SolarSnack, who's kind of controlling the pace of this game. You're seeing they even have the Coalescence as an insurance, but there's really no claim to make here. The rest of CrabApple are very intimidated to kind of take this fight. You see them over the bridge, hoping to use this kind of elevated high ground for their advantage, but they are losing meters as we speak.
He is moving forward for SolarSnack, and
yep, and they're using the rampage to be able to walk in. We do see the sound barrier keep them up for a little longer, and it seems like CrabApple, they're the ones being punished for taking that engagement. They have the Coalescence, they had to commit it just to keep up odds. The sound barrier may need to be used, but they want to hold it on for as long as possible. Taking out the Ash is a good factor, and it seems that it's working well because the splitness of Solar has caused them to black out.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of not really over-aggression, but a bit of an over-defensive maneuver, like to try to counteract the attack from CrabApple. They could have really stabilized their position, held it, because they were in control of the bot at the time. Instead, they let CrabApple kind of drive their team apart, and now we have the point once again for CrabApple.
We're reaching a consensus, if that's even the right word to use, because the English dictionary is not my first language. As we see the fight, they are gonna stop it before CrabApple can reach that center point to get more time. Tether's gonna land, managing to take out that Junker Queen. CrabApple don't know what to do. Garden's just looking to mess around and trying to get some damage in. But once they are formed as a team, it just seems Solar cannot be defeated.
Yeah, I mean, they're just taking back and forth fights, but whenever you have the lead, the back and forth fights favor you. So this is so far very good for SolarSnack, and we've already burned off about 2 minutes of the initial time bank.
And they're going to be holding this fight. Ooh, that was a very nice shot onto the Ash. It's going to be forcing them to move away. As that bomb gets thrown in, it's going to be the pressure ticket. Oh, Alzu gets charged! The poor soul didn't know what was coming. They've lost their tank. They've lost that person who's been sitting there defending them center side. And now Solar, look at this, they are angry. Wi-Fi may even use his Riptire if it's deemed necessary, because they can reach this checkpoint 100%. There is a stall possible.
Definitely possible, but yeah, that's the thing, that Riptire absolutely breaks the stall. And it's honestly a pretty reasonable trade just to be able to get this check-in. And start to work with these forward spawns.
Oh, Riptire goes through. It does knock back Asu a little bit. They weren't even getting a second to commit any one of their ultimates. As you see, this Lucio is not going to be doing too much. CrabApple, I mean, they're losing pace the more we go.
Yeah, the issue with that, honestly, that Riptire was more so that there was nobody there to kill with it. Like, they were already killed by the rest of the SolarSnack. And now, while the bot's taking a quick siesta, you have this great position for SolarSnack to contest here. CrabApple have to hold across the bridge just to have a shot here. Pulsebomb comes down, finds nothing. Oh,
but they look for that charge. They land the shatter! Look at that. It does make a bit of space, but they have to worry about the rampage that hits 4. Immediately, the Jugrat's going in, hoping to make the difference, hoping to make that change. Garden does fall, so it's going to be a benefit in that Coalescence. It's hoping to take out this Junker, but you're having to go far and wide, almost booped off the map. It was worth the risk, however, as they take control back over. But we're looking at 4 minutes left with that Sojourn falling. It's going to take them a little longer to get back to the point.
Absolutely, yeah. Hard to move it backwards, but they do have these forward spawns. They will be able to get a fight in before it crosses the midway threshold, which will take them away. So it's going to be very tight here.
Ooh,
right, and they've lost their forward spawns.
Yeah, this Omnic is living his life to the fullest. As we see, Sojourn's ultimate able to take out Wi-Fi, and the sound barrier is allowing them to continue moving forward. They don't need to worry about Dust being on the Junker Queen now, because they just ignore it. Yeah, and
they get to win 2 fights in a row here. The issues you've used two big ultimates, and the next one that's coming up is probably going to be this Rampage of the Colt, but they're still very far away, and it doesn't really matter when Gardeners can kill Bandamon like that, I guess. Getting some of the picks, and they're starting to approach towards their part of the checkpoint.
Yes. They're coming close, but they're having difficulties kind of clearing this out. As you can see, CrabApple are continuing. The Junkrat Wi-Fi is inside the backline with this Riptire. If they manage to survive and escape, look at that. They will use this Riptire. It's almost takes out the Junker Queen. Just barely living, but eventually will fall to their own machinations. Solar Snatch have stopped it before it could even reach the corner. That's absolutely what you need at a moment like this. They don't necessarily need to cap all 3 spots. They just need to stop their opponents to get farther.
Absolutely, and now, I mean, I think you see, this is where you start to change gears a little bit. You're starting to time them out. It's only 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and you have pretty solid control over where this bot is supposed to be. If you can just trade fights one-on-one, you'll usually be fine here. So Pengalek's getting a pick onto Pandemon, while it's bad, as long as you can stagger this fight out for as long as possible, it's actually probably just okay.
But CrabApple are very quick to bring this fight back into their favor. Now they even have a Blossom Coalescence. The Coalescence worked wonders for them surrounding the last time. I don't think the Sound Barrier is going to be enough to really stop that.
I mean, it's something you just kind of have to force it out. Like, you have to make it work if you don't have anything else, but it will be very, very tough. And, I mean, the Riptire, that is an ultimate that's about to come online. That could be something as big that can help turn this fight around. But CrabApple is taking their time, playing smart, trying to play a little slower. Oh, I'm sorry, I misread numbers. I think that Wi-Fi is very far away from Tire, and I'm just bad, and I can't read.
You wear glasses. Depth perception is not our strong suit, you know? As we see that beat, it's going to be the engagement tool that they're looking for. We are going to be seeing the Death Blossom go through, but it's more of just an answer to a solution, stopping them from coming out, but losing your life in the limelight. As we see the Riptide wanting to make the difference, hoping to make that big play, but it's waiting out. It's taking its time. I like this idea. They have to move in, and that could take anybody out. However, you're looking for the jukes. Does manage to take out Asu. That's what you're looking for, Solar Snatch. Using that to force them back. They're going to get a bit more time, but we're getting close to overtime.
Yeah, very close to overtime. And losing Azu is dreadful for that kind of a play. Sure, Dust goes down, but look at all the distance still have to go. You still have to go about 40 meters, or 20 meters beyond where the card is. It's just very tight. There's still some contesting going on. They're trying to be a thorn in CrabApple's side. This will be very close, but this should be nearly the final fight.
Regardless, they're going to be fighting it. That's a nice shot coming from CrabApple, but you're knocked in the air. You lose your crosshair placement, and the Bob's able to finish you off and eventually find Butters. Azu, there's nothing that they can do against it. They have one more fight, but I don't believe they're going to be able to touch that point. It's going to be a last-second touch at that.
It will definitely be a last-second touch. They will be able to. I do believe they'll be able to touch it. But look at that. They don't even care about getting pushed farther into their domain. They just want to be able to. That'll actually make it easier for them to touch. That's such a heads-up play.
They're running for it, folks. We see as that Coalescence gets used, Azu's able to get the touch, but they are slowly crumbling under the pressure of the Coalescence. Just look, Solar Snack are overstaying their welcome, and they manage to take the victory, folks. They will continue on, keeping their hopes alive, while CrabApple will be going home. However, it being esports, that's just one computer click away.
But yeah, very, very good game for these two teams. Solar Snack just being able to find it out in the very end there. CrabApple played well the entire tournament, but just could not really find it today in this bracket. Very unfortunate, but they definitely put on a great show for us in this match.
I mean, I absolutely agree. They were able to keep it incredibly competitive, and honestly, I think make us question the decisions and the words that we said beforehand. A lot of what was our issues with Solar Snack ended up changing faster than I could have ever expected, while CrabApple were trying to kind of make those changes. Unfortunately, it just seemed they didn't either have enough time or the resources to pump into it. Maybe better than that. Supports dying first being a big problem. Tank's positioning, going in very aggressively, not having the peel necessary afterwards. You know, it's a bit mixed in those feelings, and hopefully we're going to be able to see, you know, Solar Snack continue this kind of adaptiveness that they're showing, but this is only kind of an uphill battle from now. They can't continue to lose.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be real tight, I think, going forward for Solar Snack in this losers bracket. I don't have to see who they might play next. They will be playing, or their matchup is already decided. They'll be playing White Collar Revenge, who lost to Sale 2-0. So we're getting to see, so they'll be playing in a little bit, but they just kind of have to keep things rolling here, kind of keep this momentum going after taking out such a strong opponent.
I absolutely agree. But with that, we're kind of entering into a new age of BPL games, as we're going to be going to a break, get things set up, get things switched. You want to know what the next match is? Well, you'll have to find out, but I do promise you, new commentators are going to be taking over. It's going to be Ocean and the amazing Waffles. Both of them are extremely talented casters, so I highly recommend that you stay tuned in, because you're not going to want to miss what comes next.
They can't believe that I wanna stay. Oh, 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 oh. I try too hard to please you. Oh, 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 oh. I can't help but need you. You give me this feeling whenever you're with me. I find it hard to breathe. My air you keep stealing, but still I'm believing. You're good for me. 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 You give me this feeling whenever you're with me.
Hi folks and welcome back to the BPL to Beta to Brawl event. I am Waffles for Sid and this is Ocean who will be joining me today on the analysis side. Ocean, how are you feeling and what are your thoughts going into this next matchup?
I'm feeling pretty good, you know, still haven't really got to cast too much Overwatch 2, so this is, again, still experiencing some new things, learning some new things about the new game, if we want to call it that. We still have some of our favourite heroes and characters, so it's going to be interesting just to learn a little bit more about Overwatch 2 and how it's going to be played at the more casual level.
Absolutely, and well, you know, we have our own casual games behind the scenes, but some of the fundamentals that we saw yesterday have been absolutely off the charts, with Blades winning fights single-handedly, clutching it out for their teams. So really nice last-minute trances coming through to save the point right before it's at checkpoint. So, you know, I'm really looking forward to what the teams are going to bring today.
Yeah, we saw a lot of really good DPS play yesterday. A lot of really interesting DPS duos that covered each other really, really well. Additionally, we saw a lot of Junker Queen, a lot of the new hero.
I know.
I still think she's kind of busted, right? I'm not. I think she's kind of good. So it's nice to see a new hero. It's nice to see these DPS duos in the tournament, especially really enjoying themselves and thriving, working well with each other.
Yeah, and we are about to cover our lower bracket round 2 here. We're going to be going to Midtown first, Ocean. So across the states for me, over to New York, we're going to see Demon Mode versus What Was He Cooking?
You know, I was telling you before the broadcast that one of the players on White Collar Revenge play on a team with me back in the console days, like a good 4 years ago, right?
Ooh, yeah.
I believe What Was He Cooking also as a player, not currently in the lineup. Oh, wait, actually, currently in the lineup, Alwyn backwards. I believe that is the Alwyn who played some console Overwatch back in the days.
Oh.
So I think it'd be 2. I think there's 2, and they're both in playoffs. So I'm just saying, I've got a magic touch in there now. They're into BPL playoffs. They're playing some good Overwatch.
Nice, nice. Well, you know, we'll have to keep our eyes on who they are and see how Alwyn does if they pop off. They were, you know, they just came fresh off another match here, and actually both of these teams just came off of a loss. So, you know, I'm really curious to see how they're going to recover from that mental state and which one of them is going to harness that and flip this momentum in their favor and try and, you know, win their way out of this bracket to go back to the grand finals.
I think what you need in this sort of scenario just after a loss is good leaders and just good personality in general, right? You know, you're more likely to be able to shrug off a loss if you're having fun or you're having, you know, a cool conversation with the people around you, or you trust the people around you. So good leadership skills would be pretty important in this sort of situation. Here we are mid-sign. You have a choice to fight for high ground or fight for the point. We'll see what they do.
Already engaging here around the subway, and couldn't get out of the way, hacked to pieces right in front of her, and that's another advantage here for Demon Mode. No one's been able to quite break through all the way. Stratocoaster getting, oh man, is he able to escape just by the skin of his teeth, gets over to that health pack. Demon Mode still looking to continue capping this point. They're slowly taking this space ocean, but it's gonna be tough for What Was He Cooking, especially after that nice railgun kill there. That's the nail in the coffin for them to go ahead and cap it.
That was a really nice shot from Mahiki on Owen. Not having a good time on the Ashe so far. Had enough of it. Gonna go over to play the Sojourner as well. This fight should be done. Just need to clean up the brigade to get that extra ult charge and look forward to point B when the fire truck comes out. And what's looking really good for Demon Mode is the fact that they have a support ult almost ready to go for this next team fight. A Coalescence could be a really good engagement tool. It can be good for providing sustainability, and that could potentially set up a Dragon Blade late in the team fight, because What Was He Cooking comparatively on their ult charge for supports? Pretty low.
There's the minefield getting thrown onto the payload itself by Goob, trying to continue to keep space for his team as Demon Mode gets pushed off into this side area. They're trying to continue taking this high ground and keeping their advantage over what was he cooking, but the minefields are too much. The zoning is almost unbearable for Demon Mode, and they continue to aggress forward here against what was he cooking.
Yeah, that was a really good minefield because it gets them time to build closer to the support ultimates, and now you have responses to the Dragon Blade that will be online in this next team fight.
Basically waiting to charge that up. Ooh, almost hit that one, but not quite. Still very, very low though for Vincent as he was trying to get away there. His team bailing him out, helping capitalize on his retreat. And now we see Goob pushing forward, maybe a little overextended, has some help and speed boost back himself.
Yeah, this is going to be a little break in the team fight. I think you still need a 1.5 team fights at least on the offense if you're going to capture point B here. It's going to be a battle in the high ground.
Man, those were 3 ultimates thrown just now. It's going to be slice and dice here for Mara, regardless of the rally popped. Now, what was he cooking? Throws their own sound barrier to keep themselves in this fight, but there is so much damage coming through from Demon Mode. They have their own sound barrier online if they need, and they just continue to push forward and attack with these primary fires.
Yeah, Mara gets a kill and both Sojourns trade on, and we've got a little bit of a break in the action here. Vincent trying to keep things alive for Demon Mode on the offense, but it's going to be difficult now with Chutoy and Mara going down, and there's a little bit of a break in the action. And that last team fight, it was quite weird, right? Yeah, there's no fighting for the high ground. The blade was used extremely early. I think Demon Mode could have executed that better. But I know I like a good Sojourn duel, right? You know, and we saw Muhiki on point A get a really nice railgun shot onto Alwyn on the Sojourn, but now Sojourn on the other side, what was he cooking? Alwyn has the overclock. Let's see what he can do with it.
And Pipo actually switched off of the ball they were on for a moment over to the Junker Queen, so there's a lot more potential there. If they get too close, Death Blossom is popped, and well, you definitely don't want to be anywhere near that. So much damage coming through, and still Demon Mode coming out on top and continuing to look to push this payload.
Mara 2 kills as well at the end of this team fight. Goob trying to stall out to maybe get some time to get another team fight. It's maybe possible. The Brigades is about to get into the action. Illuminous is around the objective. I think they can get another fight here, Sid.
There it is, contested 0.74 meters, and both teams are looking to engage. Overclocked is initiated here for what was he cooking, and now now Demon Mode flips the switch, gets those kills they're looking for, and now shifts the momentum in their favor so they can try and cap this point. A beautiful zoning minefield here from Goob, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Time does not seem to be on their side, and Demon Mode seems to be relaxed, focused, and handling the players trickling in, Ocean.
Yeah, Demon Mode are in a really good spot. And I think we talked a lot about the DPS geos this weekend. Their DPS geo seems to be getting a little bit more value. Maybe a caster's curse there as Mara goes down. but Hiki's been getting a lot of consistent value on the Sojourn.
Looks like the spawn advantage played a huge favor. I mean, it's obvious, right? It's almost at the second checkpoint. It's massively in favor for what was he cooking. And they managed to just stall it at the very last moment, Ocean.
They do. I am a little bit surprised at that. I feel like Demon Mode should have capitalized there. They were up by good 2 or 3 numbers on multiple occasions there, so I feel like they should have capitalized on that team fight, but I mean, it was a good stall and a good hold from what was he cooking. No ultimates though for them, really, so Demon Mode will come back into this team fight with another advantage, this time with their ultimate economy, overclock, and both support ultimates are online.
Rally's instigating this fight right here as Demon Mode continues to push forward and look for those options to get aggressive. Overclock also being thrown. Ooh! Clips her counterpart across the way. Demon Mode now a couple people up, but there's sound barriers all around, Ocean. Everyone is beefed up trying to sustain through this fight, and that's going to be Demon Mode really taking the edge and pretty much rolling this cart through.
Yeah,
well, the spawn's coming in.
I mean, Goob is doing a great job of stalling, and the supports are about to get into action, so they could still yet hold this.
Ooh.
Never mind.
Oh, there it is. Definitely another good attempt here by Goob to try and stall this point. He's, as you saw, doing that very, very well and consistently.
yeah, no, buying time for his team, like never really going for a kill that's gonna win them the team fight, but playing for time, playing for other players to either build up a charge, get some space, get some better positioning. Has a good sense of what they're doing with that Wrecking Ball hero and what they want to achieve every time they engage. We saw the minefield engagement as well at the top of Point B, so they've had a pretty good series so far, but now people, their tank counterpart has that Rampage.
2 people clipped by the Rampage, and the Blade was used right away to follow up on anyone who's left standing. Once again, Dragon Blade being a big asset for Demon Mode, Ocean.
Yeah, and it's a really, really, really good ultimate pairing, Rampage and Dragon Blade, because Dragon Blade usually you'll see it, you know, try and get counteracted by like a Transcendence, for example, obviously not, you know, working here because there is no Zenyatta on the other side, but of course, Rampage can stop your opponents from providing healing, which makes the other team a lot more vulnerable to that Dragon Blade. It's a really interesting combo.
Some fights all around, but it's still Mara getting the kills, Ocean. That is going to be really tough for what was he cooking to try and push out of their spawn doors and get a solid hold here before the 3rd checkpoint.
Yeah, Mara and Mohiki have been getting so much value. I mean, you're seeing those members in the kill feed a lot more than the what is he cooking DPS, so Mohiki with the overclock, all eyes are on them.
Another nice minefield coming through. Will it be enough for what was he cooking to stall Demon Mode out? So many people getting hit by that Death Blossom, but it's only Muhiki who goes down in the end. Demon Mode does not want to give this up. There's only 2 seconds left on the clock. They're gonna have to stay on the point, and it is crunch time right now, Ocean. Big slam comes through from what was he cooking, and that's gonna be a nice hold just before the 3rd checkpoint.
Yeah, I would say that's a stable hold for them. I don't think they won too many team fights though, right? So it shows their ability to make these team fights, 1, longer, and 2, their overall sustainability and their knowledge of, okay, if group stalls for X amount of time, what ultimates will we have online? What players are we relying on? Those sort of things. So they're not winning too many team fights, but they're playing the objective well enough to where that doesn't really matter, right? You could play a 3-minute long team fight on point A and lose it, but still get value out of that.
I thought they did a nice job overall as well, managing their win conditions. Demon Mode definitely looking at those blades to bring a lot of value, especially following up, like you said, on that Rampage. But I think Goob brought a ton of value with those minefields and the timing of the minefields, meaning right before the point was about to be capped and right as Demon Mode was trying to collapse on them.
Yeah, I feel like Goob played really, really well there. And what's really interesting though is what was he cooking never really had an answer for Demon Mode's DPS, and they're gonna need that because the highlight of this weekend in the beta Brawl has been the DPS players. The best DPS duos tend to win matches, right?
Right.
Funnily enough, and Mara have been the better DPS, so they need to find an answer for that. And part of that might be because his Jutsu, who was probably one of the better main support players we saw yesterday, playing the Brigitte here, is setting their GPS up really well. So keep an eye out for them. They were probably one of the star performers yesterday.
What was he cooking? Moving around the side here, looking for a different angle of approach, wanting to get those longer sight lines and, well, hopefully get some people lined up for those railgun shots. Still a lot of chip damage coming through, but overall, it's going to be an all-win going down first in this kill feed. Now, what was he cooking? Getting a bit encircled in this small room here as Demon Mode continues to just kind of shoot them like fish in a barrel, Ocean.
Yeah, it's a really awkward position where what was he cooking is in right now as they look to attack with one member down.
And a nice good old Carnage strike comes through right as she pops through the doorway. I love the aggression Peepo's bringing to this. And with another kill down, what was he cooking? Needs to back up, regroup, and, you know, cook up another plan.
And yeah, they need to reevaluate that one. I don't know why that caught me off so much. But going into this next team fight, they need to reevaluate what they want to do. I think going for the higher ground would be a better idea because I think Owen's struggling to get value in this series. I think Mohiki has Owen matched up on this Sojourn right now. He's getting a lot more value. And it just speaks volumes to, you know, it might not just be the DPS not getting value in what was he cooking, but maybe they need to set up their DPS a little bit better. And I don't think going to the point is going to achieve that.
capitalization trying to be brought from either of the Sojourn's disruptor shots, and both of them are taken down as a result. It is a tight close quarters combat, and we can see that there's a lot of value being brought from the Reaper and the shotguns to the face constantly. Once again, another blade from Mara. It's been a big win condition for Demon Mode, and he is just relentlessly hunting the backline. Gets booped away beautifully there by Illuminus, and definitely saved him and his Reaper's life.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna try and point off of this. I think what was he cooking? They're gonna back off a little bit. They're a little bit indecisive here. Sorry, on what they want to do. I mean they have the Rampage. That might be a good initiation tool, but what's gonna follow up after?
Oh, nice push off of there to not get caught by the Carnage, but a sound barrier is going to mitigate a lot of the Rampage that was thrown as a follow-up. Doesn't seem to matter because Muhiki is overclocked and popping off, Ocean.
Yeah, Muhiki's cooking something. Maybe on the wrong team. Or maybe Muhiki's just going Demon Mode. I don't know. Right,
there it
Muhiki, yeah. There's some jokes to be had there. But Muhiki, the player to watch so far in this series, Owen hasn't even built up that overclock, and Muhiki just frags out with the free K there in that previous team fight. Moving forward to the next team fight though, Owen should have that overclock ready to go.
We got both Junker Queens gonna be rolling through the subway cart here, and it is a close quarters combat. We're gonna see people getting hacked up and to pieces. A lot of bleed damage gonna be committed as well. Alwyn going ahead committing that overclock, does take down his Chew Toy. That's some support off the table from Demon Mode, and that's the opportunity to attack. A Disruptor Sphere goes out, and still more aggression onto the point from what was he cooking. Now it's about trying to actually close out the deal and finish up these kills. There's a few exchanges that have happened, but the spawn advantage will be in favor of Demon Mode.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Now that we see that what was he cooking, they try a different approach, they go to the high ground, and then that's suddenly when Owen gets value. So maybe if they just change their approach, they can match the DPS here that Demon Mode have been playing better with their DPS players and getting more value out of them. But as soon as what was he cooking changed their approach and try to get more value out of their DPS by taking a better position on the map, Owen gets the first kill in that team fight with the overclock onto his Chew Toy in the Brigitte. So what was he cooking could change up their approach a bit here and just go for better areas and try to take better spaces for their DPS heroes.
That's going to be really important if they want this Death Blossom to have a lot of value. It's been tough, and it's not happening if you get picked off like that. Muhiki has been such a menace once again, and honestly, you were talking about how well these DPS have been playing and how much they're popping off. The results are speaking for themselves too.
Yeah, and it doesn't really help going to the next team fight that there's only one DPS ultimate for what was he cooking. There's two for Demon Mode. You've got a couple more options here.
Oh, and a Death Blossom does go ahead, take down the Brigitte. But once again, it's another blade here from Mara. Both DPS ults actually are popped for this fight, resulting in some kills. But it is still what was he cooking, trying to stay on this point, stay in this fight. The Moira fading away, not wanting to be any part of Peepo on this Junker Queen here. But she's been found again. Stratocaster cannot seem to escape, and there is so much damage being output here by Demon Mode. And it is tough for what was he cooking to funnel out of these choke points.
Yeah, Peepo's running low though, so this could be an opportunity for what was he cooking because there's no ultimates online. This is a good neutral team fight, and the opposition tank is running low.
Oh, Stratocaster taken down early in the fight. That's going to be a lot of support taken offline. Not as much sustainability here, but it doesn't seem like what was he cooking wants to give up quite yet. They're still trying to look for an opportunity to capitalize, but his Chew Toy really just making sure people stay out of the way, pressuring people to the sides. A nice minefield comes through, and that's a massive pulse bomb stick. Those are 2 kills for what was he cooking, and that could be the tide turner they need.
Yeah, Peepo's running low though. I think they're gonna have to back off. Goop, nice little pile drive to try and secure these kills, but I think they'll get away. I think these numbers will get away. Demon will get another team fight here on point B, and if they're lucky enough and they regroup well enough, they could even get the high ground for it.
Oh man, What Was He Cooking needs to be careful. Oh, Muhiki already popped the overclock, actually. Okay, I was about to talk about how deadly they've been. Sound barrier popped as a response from Demon Mode. They want to play it safe after getting picked off multiple times by Muhiki. And oh, a nice dash coming through. Demon Modes look like they've got the momentum they need and that they're looking for to get this cart through. Couple more kills in their favor. Overtime bar has been triggered, Ocean. No one can get off the point. So as long as What Was He Cooking handles these kills, they're going to be able to they're going to hopefully be able to push it.
I think they've got it here. I don't think any member from Demon Mode is going to be able to touch it, especially since Vincent is dying right now. That gives us a little bit of a break in the action to talk about what might happen here. We're starting to see in those neutral engagements, What Was He Cooking get a little bit more value than they were on point A, and I think it's because every single time Demon Mode are now making a mistake, they are taking advantage of it. For example, the early overclock meant that Demon Mode wanted to engage a bit earlier than they needed to, so otherwise they would have lost their ultimate. But Muhiki in the neutral now, proving me wrong.
Well, we've seen Muhiki just pop off multiple times, and well, every time Peepo seems a little bit low, that adrenaline passive that they get from the damage done seems to just come in clutch. There it is, a big rampage gonna tear through What Was He Cooking, with a few of them not being able to survive, and there is so much damage being output here by Demon Mode to try and protect this point. It's a good thing this minefield from Goob is discouraging them a bit from that. Still a lot of poke exchange coming through. A small lull here, Ocean, until just like that, he's looking to engage with that Dragon Blade in the back of What Was He Cooking. A nice sound barrier that's going to keep them alive, and now it's time to respond with their own Dragon Blade. Does get taken down after taking one person, but it's the rally here from his Chew Toy that may keep Demon Mode in this fight. It is tough to go up against the rallying Brig, and well, now the pain is on. They're looking for targets, getting some help they need, and getting teamed up a bit here.
Yeah, the Briggies is going to go down, getting a little bit too rash. I don't think Demon Mode had the numbers to engage on that rally, but now they do. They got some space with the rally at least, and now it's a more neutral fight in and around the payload.
We are in an overtime fight as well. No one can get off the point if you are from What Was He Cooking, and they have, a very tangible win ability here if they can cap it, but they're losing players left and right, and with Demon Mode continuing to hold strong, and Muhiki just seems to be popping off, man, with his ultimate as well. No one's going to be safe. He's going to be able to help clear this out, and that's going to be Demon Mode probably taking this map.
Yeah, they're looking at a pretty good position to do so. Muhiki getting 2 kills to seal the narrative. What Was He Cooking? Have to find something to deal with these DPS players.
I agree with you there, and it's nice to see that people like Mara don't need a nano to get a lot of work done or to get quality work done with the Dragon Blade.
You like complaining about Nano Blade a lot, don't you? I hear it all the time.
It's, he is so strong. The buff is so good for, don't get me wrong. Everyone wants to be nanoed. I get it. But the Nano Blade is just a whole different level of trying to shut it down. But there's a lot more cushion for those Genji players to take on that extra damage or maybe linger a little more than they should. And not having that resource means they have to play a lot smarter.
Yeah, I think Mara's done that. I think Mara has used her blades a little bit better. Granted, she didn't play too much Genji. I think we only saw that towards the end of their attack. What Was He Cooking? But I think towards the end of point A, there was a little transition in terms of where the series was going. I was kind of thinking that Demon Mode were in a better position by quite a bit just because of the DPS value, but there were moments that we saw What Was He Cooking take better positions on the map, use their ultimates better, and capitalize on some Demon Mode mistakes, particularly on point A, when they took the subway train in the high ground, and also on point B, when Muhiki mistimed the overclock. That was a really good team fight for What Was He Cooking.
I agree, and they seem to capitalize both times on those moments to really shift the momentum in their favor and keep them in that fight. But I was really impressed with Goob, who continued to just have such effective minefields at stalling for time and continuing to give his team so much space to actually fight and try and take on those different duels. I am really looking forward to, what we're going to see moving into our escort map. It doesn't look like they've picked the map quite yet, but if we're lucky, we'll head back to your favorite Circuit Royale, Ocean.
I was about to say, I hope we go back to Circuit Royale. It also means we'll see something different in this series. I highly doubt we'll see Junker Queen versus Junker Queen, or even we'll see Wrecking Ball at any point on Circuit Royale. I would be expecting some spam compositions, some Sigma, some Zenyatta, some either Zen Breaker, Zen Bap. I think that would probably be what these support lines would run on Circuit Royale. And then we might see some more Sojourn versus Sojourn, or even, if we're lucky, we might be treated just a Widow v Widow.
Nice. Yeah, I've really been enjoying these Sojourn battles personally. I know you've talked about it too. The overclocked shots and the charged railgun shots just, it is so nice to see those connect.
You know what? I think the dev team deserves a bit of credit because first beta, Sojourn wasn't very good, right? Wasn't very satisfying to play, right? But she's fun to watch. Sojourn versus Sojourn battles, I don't think they're quite my favourite. I do like the Pharah v Pharah and your Widow v Widow, but they're up there. I really do like some Sojourn versus Sojourn. That railgun is so satisfying, and a good overclock like Piggy had on their defense.
Which one?
True. Good point. A lot of it, but also, in fairness, definitely not the one at the end of Point B when they lost that team fight. But you know what? Hiki has had some great clips of the overclock. It's a satisfying ability to watch and cast.
Yeah, I also like the disruptor shots that are thrown, and the fun thing about Sojourn that I think is both fun to play and watch is their ability to shoot the disruptor shot and then slide over to capitalize on the fact that one of your pathways has been cut off, right? So you have to walk back the other way, or we're gonna see that you took damage. And so her ability to just to force people to route a different way and then actually jump to that avenue they're going to walk, and then, guess what? I've already been charged up, and I just railgun you right out the window. See ya.
Yeah. I mean, also their slide, right? Slightly better, right? There is a clip. I don't know if you've seen this clip from Contenders Australia, right? Because she can slide up terrain. She can slide up slope. So that's really unique mobility that a lot of characters can't do. There's a clip of a player called Par doing a slide up a terrain on Dorado. He should have been dead off the map, environmentally killed. But it is a sick clip. You can go find a player called Par from Kit Bash utilizing Sojourn's mobility. That is something we don't see in too many other Overwatch characters. It's really unique to watch. It's such a fun play.
That makes me wonder if we're going to have certain, like specialist maps, or if Sojourn players are going to have to learn the maps and the places they can slide up exactly where every time, like some of those Doomfist specialists. Yeah. The way that Doomfist players work the map and abuse the map physics, I guess, if you could call it abuse. I don't think it's abuse. I think the map fun. Physics. It is a huge testament to the time and skill that they've put in, and I would love to see similar things come through from that slide from Sojourn.
Yeah, no, I was slightly annoyed about that because I thought we were going to win the team fight. It was against one of my contenders' teams, and it was. I thought we were going to do it, and then that happened. It was sick. It was absolutely awesome. But let's talk about some other heroes. We see some Junker Queen today. Meepo has been really, really good on the Junker Queen. How have you enjoyed casting some of his moments?
I love hearing you say, Peepo fell a little low, he's kind of hurting a little bit, and I think he heard you every time because he'd throw out that jagged blade, call it back, and clip through 2 or 3 people, and then, heal up enough where supports aren't feeling stressed. So I really enjoyed that use of the adrenaline passive from him, and the cautiousness of, yes, recognizing I'm low and need to, play passively, regain a little bit so I can stay in the fight, because with one tank on the field, you're a lot more important than you used to be.
Yeah, no, I don't like this because people, you're a tank player. All you got to do is int and then blame your healers. I needed more resources. I needed nano. Right, I'm feeding for ult charge. You've got so many excuses, man.
You know that one, don't you?
It's never your fault. Yeah, I do. But no, Peepo's been getting loads of value on that Junker Queen.
I love the tank advice there. You know, you just int in and blame that you don't have enough resources. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it works every time. It works every time because you can't be mean to a tank player because otherwise you don't get decent queue time. So
That's also fair. But we're going to Route 66 next, so you know, one we're quite familiar with, Ocean.
I'm sorry. I need to address this. What is going on over at Demon Mode? There is no way we've went from a player called with his or her true toy to go to call her mommy. What is going on over there? Something seriously suspect is happening in those comms.
Yeah, well, actually, on the team sheets, you know how these players are. They like to play under whatever alternate account they have, even though they're the same person. So Mint is actually Caller Mommy, and his chew toy was what is it, Lilim?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's creative. I'll give them that. It's creative.
Yeah. To
I'm
say
not
the
sure
least,
if I like
for sure.
the creativity, but you know, credit where credit's due. This is interesting. Some
yeah.
junk may Brawl from what was he cooking? I'm not sure exactly what you're cooking. I'm not sure if I like it.
Got Reinhardt here, cute white boy in the front, just pushing the cart on through, trying to continue taking space. Demon Mode needs to be mindful of that Mei wall and not getting too sectioned out. And whoa, Vincent just jumps into the heart of the team, gives him a boop, and the DPS are there to continue following up and capitalizing on that displacement, Ocean.
GT Wannabe, we saw them play a lot of Genji yesterday, and back on it here on Escort, looking aggressive so far. Really, really interesting that we're going to see a second Genji player here for Demon Mode. We've seen them try to utilize that Junker Queen Rampage with the Genji Dragon Blade combo. We'll wonder if we're going to see that again. I'd imagine so. What was he cooking? Nicky adjustments already. I'm not surprised. Yeah. I never thought that Junkrat was going to get any value here.
Well, I want to call out that Goob actually switched over to be on the DPS role as well. He was playing that Hammond and dropping minefields left and right in the previous Midtown match. So, you know, changing up the role, changing up who is in for this 66 map. Maybe this aggressive Reinhardt play is exactly what they need. Or maybe they needed Goob's sharp shooting, even though he got the kill with his little his sticky bomb. Still, it is a swing fest here. What was he cooking? Just continuing to try and cleave anyone in his way. And now that they've been taken out, they're going to go ahead and roll that payload.
Yeah, Demon Mode, go to back off, get the rest of their remaining members out there. They will get another team fight on point A, and you know, I don't think they'll be too upset with losing that team fight because they will get another team fight here. And also, there's 2 minutes left on the bank. You're going to have wasted a lot of the time bank that What Was He Cooking is trying to build.
Deadeye being channeled here by Goob. He's getting some nice protection from cute white boy, and doesn't go ahead, takes a shot, doesn't quite find the kill, but it's going to be zoning members of Demon Mode back. What Was He Cooking? Still trying to give space, and well, they do not want GT to hit them with this blade, and well, once that dash resets, you're pretty much done.
Yeah. Should win this team fight. They did lose their Moira to a random headshot, but that shouldn't matter. They might even get a cleanup kill onto the main. No, walled up. And only really, you took the 2 DPS ultimates and nothing else from Demon Mode. So you've still got a good ultimate economy leading into the last minute or so. And with the payload where it's at, there could be only maybe 1 or 2 more team fights left. So you're really relying on a massive hero play coming out of What Was He Cooking?
Move on that Genji now instead, and that immortality was absolutely clutch for What Was He Cooking. So many people should have died just now. Sound barrier popped on Demon Mode's side, and now they're trying to continue sustaining through this fight. QY Boy takes down Caller Mommy, and now it's time for What Was He Cooking to go ahead and keep trying to roll the payload forward.
It's not something I woke up expecting to hear today.
Oh, I was waiting to sling those together, dude. As soon as this happened, I'm like, oh, we got some names, and let's get some plays.
Well, Mommy's gone over to the Zenyatta for this next team fight. I don't know of the Moira. I'm not sure I like that. I mean, you get the Discord orb, so unless you're like really focusing on a certain target, I mean, it's already got some value onto Goob there. We don't have a Genji between GT Wannabe and Goob, so maybe it's just to punish more aggressive targets. I could see that being a useful switch to the Zen.
A lot of backline pressure, enough pressure to force out Immortality Field here from GT Wannabe. Absolutely nice job from him getting that critical resource out of this fight early, Ocean.
Yeah, and calling Mommy Knight in position on the Zenyatta, that's what I was worried about. Getting the Zenyatta into a position to get effective discords. Did they get pooped off the high ground?
Just the Reinhardt got booped off the high ground, which is an absolute devastating effect. Obviously, no one was there to block any damage, and unfortunately, What Was He Cooking suffered the results.
Yeah, good team fight. I mean, you only used Overclock and the Rampage, really, so you don't really hurt too much. What Demon Mode should look to do here in this next team fight, I mean, you've got Dragon Blade, but I don't think you're going to win this team fight. There's so many ultimates for What Was He Cooking, so get some of these ultimates out and then take a better hold in the end of B.
I mean, that's just the Earth Shatter used here, and now gonna go ahead and pop the Amp Matrix on top of it, looking to continue trying to seal the deal in the kill feed. There's still a couple exchanges back and forth, but all in all, What Was He Cooking? Still able to move the point.
A great Earth Shatter. I think that's what's going to win you that team fight. They didn't have to use barely anything else. Illuminus is going to switch over to the Moira anyway, so they probably wouldn't have had a Matrix in either scenario. But you still have your DPS ultimates for What Was He Cooking. You're in a good position. Oh no! You don't have the blade anymore!
That is rough, and now instead GT Wannabe pops their own blade. They're just going to dive straight into the heart of What Was He Cooking, looking for those kills, cleaving that damage away, and that's going to be Demon Mode stabilizing here.
And that's disastrous, Sid, because there was no support ultimates online for Demon Mode for that Dragon Blade, and now I mean, Goose went off of the hero. They decided that there's no need to play the Genji here because the support ultimates are online, and you just lost that DPS ultimate. Now
Right.
all pressure is on a Heishi on the Mei, who is going to try and get value with this Blizzard, and they still have to deal with both support ultimates out of Demon Mode.
Was He Cooking? Slowly circling Demon Mode here from this backside, trying to find a good angle. They've got Blizzard online that could be used as a big zoning opportunity, and there it is, catching a couple of people frozen up. Pipo's gonna be going down, and with no tank up for Demon Mode, it is a huge chance for What Was He Cooking to go ahead, take space, and try and roll this cart to the second checkpoint. Both supports retreating on Demon Mode, and Muhiki up there is pretty lonesome, gonna have to retreat themselves.
You know, I'm meant to be one of these like cool analyst people. I can't tell you how they didn't deal with the Blizzard with those two support ultimates. I think the Transcendence just got split off a bit, and the Sound Barrier was a little bit late. And no more Zenyatta from Demon Mode. I think that that's a good call. Having a little bit more utility in a Brawl scenario, especially since Cute White Boy is playing the Junker Queen. That probably means that there is going to be a lot of brawling going on. I think the Moira is going to be very useful.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you're just an analyst, not a cool analyst. Just kidding. But Pipo getting aggressive here with all this front damage, and just pretty much walked into the front line of What Was He Cooking, had plenty of resources to stay alive, and suddenly popped with a huge amount of burst damage, and that's going to be the chance for What Was He Cooking to go ahead and keep on pushing. The spawn advantage is in favor of Demon Mode, and it's going to be really tough with these long sight lines.
You know, we haven't talked about Mahiki in a while, and it's time to, you know, do the cool caster narrative thing. Mahiki pops up again when Demon Mode needs it, and again, they don't have an answer for Mahiki. We wanted to see an answer between maps for Mahiki. That hasn't happened yet.
They may not have well, there it is, Goob actually hearing you and deciding, well, it's time to take down Muhiki. Caster cursed him there, and with 10 seconds left on the clock, a team kill is going to give What Was He Cooking a lot of space on the cart and some time to set up.
Why every time, you know, you hype up a player, or they don't have an answer for them, they die instantly? It just happens every single time. The other DPS player, go on GT Wannabe, you've got the blade for this next team fight. You've been getting the better of the DPS kills. What can you do this team fight?
Dragon Blade pop here from GT Wannabe. We've been seeing multiple kills come through. That's at least one. There's a second one. And now more value after the follow-up dash there. What Was He Cooking? Losing numbers quickly as one more falls down. It is just going to be Goob on the point, and that's going to be a nice round one defense here from Demon Mode.
Thank you, GT Wannabe. Thank you very much. It would be really bad if you used that blade and just died instantly, and I would have been made to look like a complete fool.
Initiating.
Sure, that would be the only thing that makes you do that.
I'm gonna do something that annoys you.
Oh yeah, that's the only thing. Sure.
In case you noticed, I flicked my hair because Sid's annoyed that she doesn't have like more hair volume than me. So that's what happened there.
Everyone, take note of those luscious locks he has. If he loses a bet one day, I'll see if I can get him to shave him off.
You would never.
I would volunteer a similar type of punishment. Maybe not go for the full shave myself personally. That sounds chilly. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, also that would just not be nice in like NorCal, would it? That would just not be.
Yeah, it's just a little.
Not be fun.
I worry about the sunburn part too, but
yeah, imagine having I don't know. I don't know if people like who are like bald have this. Like, does your head get sunburned?
Yes, it does.
Ooh,
yeah, they have to be careful of melanoma and things like that. But what was he? Look at the scheme that they are cooking up
right in the spawn
here.
door.
They're
cooking up something here.
We're gonna not sneaky at all. Oh my gosh, GT Wannabe spotted them right away when he was trying to jump into his most ideal Junkrat spam position, and in the process what was he cooking? Sitting right there, pretty in a line for him to just completely spam all that damage into.
I mean, it hasn't really worked out though. GT Wannabe, as soon as they go down, Mahiki found an angle on the left but wasn't able to secure a kill. And what was he cooking? Successfully get a little bit of time off the clock before respawns come back and we get a new team point.
They're doing a nice job holding this close and aggressive as well. Similar to a full court press. There's Muhiki already popping off to open up the fight. So who will be able to sustain them through this even more after? Right now, another one comes through in the favor of Demon Mode. And it's just going to have to be what was he cooking? Stalling as much as they can and going to spawn.
Yeah, they'll win this team fight. And they'll have built up the Riptire as well. So that's a double win scenario here for Demon Mode on their offense. I guess the win for what was he cooking is you get a minute off the clock. You have the potential to get 3 team fights here on point A alone, especially with how fast your composition is, right? And Goob also managed to get a lot of value getting up to that overclock. They're 70% away. They should have that soon enough. The problem is if GT Wannabe gets value out of that Riptire, that's the key ultimate this team fight.
What was he cooking? Moving around through the different areas, and there is the Riptire, just like you mentioned. It's going to be taking Goob out early in this fight, and that is another advantage for Demon Mode to continue pushing this point through. It seems like they are winning a lot of these individual battles, or what was he cooking was a little more scattered that last fight.
I think they scattered away because of the Riptire. This internal panic happened, right? And
I can
you know
relate.
what? I don't know if GT Wannabe picked this on purpose, but they picked Goob to kill with the Riptire, and that ended up being really good. Probably accidentally, because Goob was the closest to an ultimate, which means that's not going to be online for this next fight.
That is a huge threat. That overclock has been so detrimental so far. Both tanks trying to duke it out, but overclock from Muhiki is going to be too much for what was he cooking. There's a lot of damage coming through left and right, so trying to charge up that ultimate a little more before they go down, stall out the cart just a bit longer before this first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Muhiki had the overclock advantage. Goob didn't have it, will have it for this next team fight though, so we'll see what they can do with that in the next fight. But I'm more curious about the support ultimate interaction in this next team fight, because both teams should have their rampage. So are you going to use your support ultimate to set up a better rampage and get more aggressive, or are you going to use it as a defensive tool? Vincent probably has the better defensive tool to use the rampage with, and Illuminatus probably is the more offensive tool. We'll see how those support ultimates interact.
Gonna be Coalescence opening up the fight, and Peepo gonna capitalize right afterwards, running straight through the entire column themselves. Still more people getting antied as a result, and what was he cooking? Trying to back off and give some space. They did lose Goob in the process, and there is their own rampage as a response. Still no one going down from either of those rampages, and Vincent's sound barrier saving them for a little bit longer through that Death Blossom. I do like how Aussie went ahead, waited for that Death Blossom just a little bit.
Yep. Easy team fight victory. Using the Rampage second seemed to be the way to go. You saw that people used theirs very early as a response to what was he cooking's Coalescence. And even though Vincent landed the sound barrier, it seemed to be that Cute White Boy using the Rampage second seemed to be a really unique and better interaction. So maybe that's something we'll see in the future in Junker Queen versus Junker Queen Brawl matchups.
Little bit of mind games coming through for them and trying to figure out what is the best time to strike. Oh, cutter right in the face there, and another great pull through that blade. Gonna be lots of heals coming through on the high ground there for Cute White Boy, and still some exchanges. Caller Mommy's gone, and that means Demon Mode does not have as many supports to keep them in this fight. Not gonna matter if GT Wannabe just goes ahead and kills everyone instead, Ocean.
You know, I just noticed it, that, you know, what was he cooking or playing your two favorite heroes? The Genji and the Reaper, am I right?
Yeah, the Genji is not as much of my least favorite as Reaper, but yes, it's up there.
We're going to see another support ultimate interaction in this next team fight between the Moira, this time on Demon Mode, and the Sound Barrier, this time for Stratocaster on What Was He Kicking. So there's another one of those support ultimate interactions coming up.
Biding their time. They don't want to do it too early. There it is, Stratocaster's Sound Barrier going to be trying to enable What Was He Cooking. Still more kills coming through, and it let them get really aggressive pushing forward.
They should win this team fight. They should win this team fight, but that Coalescence is dangerous.
Oh, and the Dragon Blade from Goob is actually pulled as a response. He is hunting down Call Her Mommy in the back, and he gets taken down as a result. Holy cow, those new Moira reworks definitely helping out Call Her Mommy. And, well, is it going to be enough for them to escape with everyone? Nope. Lost one, but they themselves got out.
You at least get like a clip for the Twitter, like you're gonna see Goo post that on Twitter, go, oh my god, I hate Moira.
Yes,
right, that's
welcome to every DPS.
Yeah. Next team fight, 2 rampages should be online by towards the end of the team fight for people, and Cute White Boy will have it first, but as he's seen, kind of want to use that rampage second.
Gonna be tough to funnel out of there with so many different column style attacks with the Coalescence and the Jagged Blade ripping through them at the same time. More pressure trying to be put here from What Was He Cooking as the points slowly accumulating more and more people from Demon Mode. It's only going to be Vincent hit by that Rampage, but right after he hit the Sound Barrier, so Demon Mode had plenty in the tank to handle all of that aggression and all of that damage.
They should win this team fight. Sid, they won't have the Dragon Blade left as well. Cute White Boy. Their Rampage not getting too much value, really. Kind of cancelled out by the Sound Barrier. Vincent doing a great job. And What Was He Cooking might get another team fight. I think they will, but they still have to deal with this Dragon Blade.
What Was He Cooking is wanting to stop this payload right here if they can. They do not want to extend this time bank anymore. It's an overtime bar, and if they can kick Demon Mode off the point once, they can take it. GT Wannabe doesn't want to go down. He's already taken out multiple people, and Demon Mode just continuing to clutch it out here. Their DPS popping off, and they're going to take the second checkpoint.
The DPS for Demon Mode in those clutch times, keeping the narrative safe. GT Wannabe gets 2 kills on the supports right at the start of the team fight, and Mohiki clears it out. Alright, let's try this one again. Mohiki, you've got the overclock. You've been the star DPS player for this Demon Mode team for a lot of this BPL beta Brawl. Let's see what you can do with the overclock this next team fight.
Oh, no one found quite yet, but a couple people clipped, of course. Found right after I say that. My turn to get to cast a curse there. Demon Mode now up by 1 person, and What Was He Cooking doesn't have the Sound Barrier available for this next push yet.
I think they'll need it too. I think they need something to get them back and in front of Demon Mode, try and hold the momentum, because they've won a couple of team fights in a row now, Demon Mode. And I think you use the Sound Barrier earlier, that means that Calling Mommy's Coalescence will probably get less value.
Oh look, sound barrier used earlier, and what was he cooking? Aggresses forward as a result. Goob pops the blade, trying to get everybody in a small room, but there is so much damage coming through. A couple of people from Demon Mode do go down, but what was he cooking is going to have this spawn advantage. They're trying to play it slowly, get enough time and space to get people respawning, but there it is! Demon Mode manages to push him off and take the win.
Yeah, they used the Sunbar earlier, Sid, but they lost the Lucio right after. Then the Coalescence advantage comes in from Demon Mode. It zones out the Dragon Blade, which means that this backline for Demon Mode is safe, and then from there, it all goes from bad to worse for what was he cooking. And Demon Mode take the series and advance.
I mean, you just saw that play of the game. You guys heard us this past map. Muhiki was absolutely popping off multiple times on that Sojourn, hitting those railgun shots, the charge shots, the overclock shots, whatever you want to call them on that front. I gotta say, I don't want to count out GT Wannabe, because they definitely popped off on this Route 66 map, and I think that they, you know, might have seen some competition coming in from the other DPS and was like, well, everyone can now see my stats. I should up that a bit more.
I thought GT Wannabe was really good in that map. I think GT Wannabe played Escort as well yesterday. Looked really, really good on Circuit Royale. So, you know, it seems that's their specialty, and I thought they looked really good as well. It seemed to be a trend that Demon Mode's DPS were a lot better than what was he cooking's for large parts of that series, so they could still be the tools later on in the tournament.
Yeah, I agree. Although what was he cooking did do a lot of different things to try and adapt and combat those DPS, right? They switched Goob over to the DPS role and brought in Cute White Boy to play that tank role. And from there, you know, they tried out multiple things. And I was really pleased to see that they were capitalizing on the new DPS changes where you keep some of your ultimate when you switch characters.
Yeah, they changed the characters a lot more than Demon Mode did. Demon Mode were kind of exclusively on like Sojourn and Genji, whereas Goob was trying out some different things. I know GT Wannabe played the Junkrat for a little bit as well, but they tried some more things on what was he cooking, a little bit more experimental. Unfortunately, none of those adaptations really brought anything to life, but it's good to see teams realizing, oh, we need to change something here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, obviously, congratulations to Demon Mode for winning and continuing to progress through the bracket. Unfortunately, what was he cooking isn't going to, you know, be able to continue. But obviously, they did a fantastic job. And Ocean, we're actually going to get to interview a few people from Demon Mode. So let's see. Looking forward to bringing them in.
Hello?
Hello, how are you guys? Welcome.
Yo.
We're doing all right.
We're chilling.
Okay,
who,
looks like
who have we got here? Who have we got in the call? Introduce yourselves a bit.
I'm Illuminous, the troll Moyer player inting into the backline, and then
and I'm the 3K tank player playing against the 4400 tank player.
Oh, okay, so you got what was he cooking players. Okay. I see. Can I ask quickly just the names? Cute White Boy. Why the battle tank? What's going on there?
Have you seen him?
No, but tell us.
My mom tells me I'm cute, and I'm a white boy, so I just kind of like.
Was that an odd interaction playing against Call Me Mommy? Was that
no, I do know them, and I would call them mommy. So
oh god,
that's fair.
Well, congratulations on your win, you guys.
Win.
Oh,
we lost.
They lost.
Oh shoot, I'm so sorry. I obviously
Too
didn't tell him in my own mode. Sorry about that. So how did you guys like playing the beta, and what are your thoughts on some of the new changes and tempo?
Some of the characters are Mickey Mouse, but
yeah, it's fun. But like, although we were a little bit of a Wrecking Ball abuser, playing against like Wrecking Ball and like Pharah is just like terrible at times. But overall, like Junker Queen's like so much fun to play. I'm a tank player, but like I thought this beta was more fun than the first, and our team was like a really good time. We even when we were losing, you know, like we get mad and then like 5 minutes later we're all just like chilling again. So it was close. Every map we lost was like by like 5 meters, so it like definitely
Yeah.
like stings. Even the match we lost to send us into losers, we lost 0-2, but we lost both in like OT, like right next to it. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
we knew we were good. We just like kind of troll a little bit at times.
Fair enough. You know, you guys do look like you're having fun, and you actually had a lot of nice changes trying to combat some of the different DPS being thrown at you. What was your guys' thoughts and some of the comms behind that?
It's because some our players were just sleeping, so we just we just gotta swap it up, you know, sub somebody else in, like try something new.
Sometimes people just aren't hitting their shots, and then sometimes people have the most deaths in the lobby on Moria. You know, like,
I just to ask, I assume you're like typically a support player, right? How have you enjoyed the beta? Because obviously, like we had a couple of new changes for support, Mercy and Moira particularly. What have you thought of this second beta so far?
Still kind of boring because there's no new character. Interesting changes, I guess, but it's just the same characters. I'm waiting for something new.
Okay, so you want to play one of those new characters? You want like a Sojourner or a Junker Queen, but for support, right?
Yeah.
All right, okay, I feel you on that.
but overall, Bad Pachimari tried to draft a jail team and did not succeed because we made it out of groups.
He can't jail us, bro. He can't jail us.
He can't jail the beast.
Draft this team.
Yeah, and he tried to draft a bad team, but he failed.
He can't jail the beast, bro. We're just different.
I mean, you made a top 8 at least, so I mean that's at least something, right?
Yeah.
Watch him put it on like his CV for jobs now that he got a team to top 8 and like the beta Brawl and try and take all the credit for you guys.
Yeah, I'll add it to my resume.
Oh yeah, go ahead. You may as well. I'll tell you what, esports on the resume does work.
Yeah.
It does. There are definitely plenty of transferable skills, and it's all about how you word it. I can definitely vouch for that.
Yeah, when the person hiring me asks me what my greatest weakness is, I can just say like playing Overwatch.
Just say what was it? Ult economy for CW?
Yeah, ult economy. That's my greatest weakness.
Yeah, you may not want to list that on a resume if tracking economy and resources is your biggest weakness. FYI there. But you guys did a really good job in general, and you know what's next in store for you all? What are you cooking up next?
CW's got work tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta take a shower and I gotta go to work.
And I guess I gotta go to bed soon. But
I was thinking like more long term, you know.
Yeah, like are we gonna see you guys again?
Overwatch?
We're gonna play, yeah.
The one weekend tourneys I can like usually do, but long length tourneys are kind of hard to commit to. I'd love to do another one, but can't wait. But the next BPL season's probably not gonna be for a minute because it's not gonna be till the full beta. I mean, till Overwatch 2 fully comes out. So when that comes out, you know, we'll see. But maybe I run it back.
Well, we do hope to see you again. It was definitely a lot of fun to watch you guys to hold those really close checkpoints. And honestly, you guys popped off here and there. It was very enjoyable. Do you guys have any last thoughts or things you want to share? What else you got cooking?
I hope Mahir's team lose. I hope Mahir's team loses. That guy was in our VC the whole day talking about I'm trying to be on your team.
He really wished he was on our team. He would hang out in our voice chat and we're like, you're not on our team. Yeah. And so, praying on his downfall. Also, BP owes me a shout out to Lemon Kiwi on Twitter. So, just saying that out right now to make sure he does it.
Yeah.
Okay, I understood.
Well, there you have it. Fair enough. Anything you want to call out is always yours. Good job playing today, guys. Like, honestly, congratulations. I know you didn't make it through, but you did make it very far. And you know, we do hope to see you again. Hopefully this is not the last time What Was He Cooking surfaces up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we are going to be moving on to our next match soon. I don't know exactly how long we have until that's coming up. It should be, you know, within the next few minutes. We're going to be moving into the losers bracket round 3. Obviously, Demon Mode, who we saw previously, will be continuing through, but we don't know who will be joining us yet. Ocean, what are your thoughts moving into the next round? Obviously, we only know Demon Mode, right? And we just saw that. What do you think we might see from them?
I mean, you got to shut down their DPS if you want to beat them. I think that's the only thing we can really talk about when it comes to them, because their DPS put on such a great show.
Do you think? I feel like What Was He Cooking tried to shut down the DPS, but towards the end of Route 66, they were more successful at containing the DPS, right? If there's something I've learned after playing water polo, it's that not everyone can be totally shut down, okay? Some people are just that good. And you can only hope to contain them and corral them into doing just a little bit less work than normal. And I'm really hoping to see, in this next match that's recognized. Looks like we're gonna cover White Collar Revenge going up against Demon Mode, Ocean.
I think we'll see another one of my old console teammates in this game, and Krabby, so that could be fun. It's not been great though. Oh, we kind of a bit of a mare on mid-turn and then sub-turn went to bed, so that didn't quite work out. Hopefully Krabby has a better performance.
Yeah, best of luck to both of them. Folks, we're gonna head to a quick break and we'll be back with Losers Bracket Round 3, White Collar Revenge versus Demon Mode.
I've been feeling just a little bit low. Got to get back to the show and we'll fly. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shit if you wanna hide away. We just have to try to play. Second feels up in the memory bank. I've been looking for somebody to make memories in the bank forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find, 'cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shit if you wanna hide away. We just have to try to play. Second feels up in the memory bank.
Hey folks, and welcome back. I'm Waffles and that's Ocean, and we are going to be bringing you the last match here on the C stream. Ocean, we are moving into our lower round 3 matchup of Demon Mode, who we just saw, versus White Collar Revenge. Got a lot of long team names here that can really have some pizzazz on their names, but what are your thoughts going into the match and starting off with Push?
We're gonna see some push. It's gonna be interesting because I think on Colosseo, like a lot depends on your tanks, and New Queen Street a lot depends on your DPS. New Queen Street's really open. Colosseo is a little bit more enclosed, and we're gonna see a lot of Junker Queen if you do see Colosseo. So, I would if I am Demon Mode, I want to go to New Queen Street probably because I have got a really talented DPS line. We've seen that throughout the day and for yesterday as well. So. You know, I would want, if I'm them, I want to go to New Queen Street. If I'm White Collar Revenge, even if I'm not comfortable in my tank line, I want to go there simply because you need to try and contain those DPS if you are going to be Demon Mode.
Yeah, we saw them absolutely popping off with Muhiki and GT Wannabe on the Sojourn Genji combination, just lasering people away and slicing them up right after. You can have your pick of poison from those two. Ugh.
Slicing. Easy. I'd rather be spliced than Railgun, I think.
Yeah, Railgun seems to be the quicker, less painless version in my opinion. So
but slicing's more fun, right? You know.
Well, I'm not asking if you want to do the slicing.
Oh, no, I'm getting sliced. I think getting sliced would be more fun than getting Railgun headshot.
Ah, all right. So, we'll get some slicing in over if you ever come visit, Ocean.
All right.
But
okay.
White Collar Revenge is going to have their work cut out for them if they're going to contain those DPS from Demon Mode.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them. I mean, there's a couple of ways you can take it. Contain them or destroy them, right? There's a couple of options. You kind of prefer the contain approach. I think just be the better DPS player. Take them on as you and beat them, alright? I kind of like that style a bit more.
Yeah, well, there's also the style of you play a different type of composition and you're playing it so well that you force them to have to change their composition, and you don't always take those duels as a result. So I'm okay with the that last option as well. You know, I'm like, all right, you don't have to match them on the duel every time. You can play your own game and play that composition better. I'm down.
I think there's other ways that you can go after their supports and force their DPS to like peel instead of like try to hardcore frag out. There's some
Ooh,
options, right?
that's
There's
true,
loads
yeah.
of ways to try to contain these DPS players, and but you're gonna have to do it. That's the simple fact of the matter. You have to contain DPS, otherwise you lose the game. If they're
Yes.
allowed to free fire at any point in this series, you are in trouble if you're White Collar Revenge. I don't care what your answer is. I care for your sake that you go after them and you have some sort of solution.
And I think this push map could be really, really difficult. There are those stairwells right after the robot is pushed through the actual Coliseum area first, and that is a long hallway. Those are sight lines that Muhiki is going to be just dreaming of, essentially.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. But I think this first area, even though like DPS have a lot of room to work with, you know, in and around the Colosseum, it's also quite a tight area, right? The best
Right.
tank player can get a lot of space here and then kind of, you know, help their own DPS out there. So, I mean, people played really well in the last series, but we get to see White Collar Revenge's tanks, right? So, if they're more aggressive, if they're, you know, getting the better of the tank duel in and around the Colosseum, then their DPS will stand a lot better chance of playing against demon modes just because of how linear that area of the map is.
Yeah, and we've seen demon mode consistently back up and throw resources into their own DPS to support them on some of those ventures and the times they're trying to capitalize on. So looking forward to seeing how much that's going to continue, or if White Collar Revenge is going to put a kink in the chain for demon mode.
This is different, Sid. Where's my Junker Queen? This is Colosseo. What is this? This is nonsense. This is Reinhardt. I want Junker Queen. This is the Overwatch 2 beta.
Both on
And we're
Reinhardt.
playing Brawl comps, and both teams are going Reinhardt. What is this?
Well, you know, we're playing what we're comfortable on, and are we gonna see the Bastion?
We are going to
That's
see
a
it.
real
What is
pick.
this? Mohiki on the Bastion. I am super surprised that Mohiki's not playing Sojourn, but we'll see what they can do on this new hero. Remember, Bastion can move now, right? When they're in their turret mode.
Yeah, and it's a long time that he's in that turret mode too. Ooh, I remember playing against him the other night. There it is, already looking for so many kills and just absolutely melting everyone from White Collar Revenge. So much damage being output. They were not ready to have to mitigate or just stand behind cover from that much.
What on earth? I did not have this on my big good card for tonight whatsoever. Maybe Bastion being played, but not working out like that in a linear hallway where you could probably just get walked on. Look how aggressive they're playing.
Yeah, and the linear element definitely hurts, but it's not nearly as punishing now that Bastion can move in that turret motion.
Yeah, because you can back up if you're getting approached. You have a couple of different options.
You can play some walls on the side. What a clutch immortality field. Paul absolutely saving Tekugen there in this front line, allowing him to stay in this fight. And now, White Collar Revenge starting to get the picks, starting to try and change the momentum to their favor.
That was a really, really good pin from Tekugen. It forced Peepo to counterpin, and Paul's immortality field saves the White Collar Revenge tank because Demon Mode don't have that resource. They don't have that immortality field that they can throw down for Peepo there. And you've got to play really direct here if you're White Collar Revenge, because otherwise Mohiki's going to get so much value out of that Bastion.
And we're waiting.
Okay. Nothing really
Sometimes
happened
it's
that
a little
tire there.
lackluster.
It was really
you
disappointing.
know.
What a build up for nothing.
Nah, it's an intimidation tire, right? Just to scare them off, force them to scatter around, and now they're just gonna push in on that and continue to try and push Demon Mode back and move the cart on through. So far, Demon Mode though losing a couple more players really quickly just now, as it seems like Optical Crash starting to get their tempo and pop off.
Oh, nice little real good shot as well. I wonder if they're going to be able to get it to the checkpoint, right? Because that's like the critical thing in your assault, or your push map pushes, is to make sure to push. Well, yeah, that's kind of the game mode, is to get there, right? Because then you get your better respawns, and then of course, you know, the bot stops, but they won't stop the second time around that you get to that point.
That's an early pick already from Demon Mode, and that might be exactly what they need to prevent White Collar from capping this second checkpoint just 3.94 meters before it. So far, Peepo continuing to aggress forward, but Optical Crash is low. Not anymore. Sound barrier from Meester, keeping them topped off. We got the Railgun in the house, continuing to put the damage in. Taken out with that Earth Shatter. Peepo did not want any more part of this fight. Everyone take a seat and go back to spawn.
That was a brilliant Earth Shatter clutch play. Peepo was like the only member left for a bit there, right?
Yeah.
Hero play because it's right on the checkpoint, Sid. And that is the critical thing in these push maps. Do not let your opponents get the checkpoint before you do, because it's such a big advantage. And as well, you lose both support ultimates if you're White Collar Revenge. Demon Mode have both of theirs for this next team fight.
Blizzard gets thrown out here from Mara to instigate the fight from Demon Mode. Shatter's gonna clip a couple of them as they take a break, and now White Collar trying to continue fighting through the sound barrier that Demon Mode casted. They don't have enough on the board, and that's gonna be Demon Mode continuing to take the space and push the robot.
Lucio low. Not quite able to get the kill. That's going to be a critical kill to get to. No, it's not going to happen. Because then, realistically, if you kill that Lucio, that's a complete stagger for White Collar Revenge. They might not get a team fight before the checkpoint. I think they will in this case. They're in a pretty good position to do that, and I believe that Riptire's just come online.
This one hopefully will bear more fruit than previous. There's still a lot of fight left in both of these teams, and there it is, already being let loose, looking for a victim. There it is, his chew toy gonna get chewed up by that Riptire, and that is the opening opportunity White Collar Revenge needs to continue aggressing here onto Demon Mode, taking down Peepo as a result. They've lost a couple people, but they got this fight in the bag, Ocean.
Open up by a to be finding their chew toy at the start of the fight and then barking up the opportunity to win the rest of the team fight. I don't know, I tried something there, I don't really think it worked. Mahiki used the overclock in that last team fight. Going back over to their signature Sojourners, struggled to get value so far.
White Collar Revenge definitely more aware. Only one person clipped by that Earth Shatter, but it was a lot of follow-up afterwards. So far, White Collar Revenge uses the sound barrier to try and give space and keep themselves in this fight regardless of losing Optical Crash. They're doing a nice job at mitigating some of the damage, and Demon Mode did not want to be any part of that Amp Matrix, Ocean. Nice counter stuns come through, both Reinhardt's sitting for a moment, but it's all about the follow-up from the teams. A lot of burst heals are needed, and the ammo is committed afterwards. Blizzard's looking to freeze people up, and everyone, a lot of people caught up in that, and Demon Mode taking the momentum back and gonna move along.
Mahiki, I said they were quiet. 3 kills in that last team fight. And Peepo also really enjoying the Reinhardt here. We've only really seen Peepo on the Junker Queen so far, so it was kind of a shock to see them on the Reinhardt. But they've got some serious values so far. Next team fight, no real ultimates to talk of. Ultimate Crash has the overclock, that could be interesting. Vincent has a defensive sound barrier as well.
Got a little close there, and Tanikby actually taken down after falling very, very low. Good little bit of firepower there. The Optical Crash coming in clutch, being absolutely massive on this Sojourn, taking down another person. Hat trick for them on this play.
Nice number in the middle of the screen there as well. Optical Crash, yeah. Popping off in the last team, I didn't think that was going to be too big of an ult to it to highlight, because I thought people was going to get in their face, make things awkward. Vincent at the sound barrier to help them do that. But with people getting trapped early on, that plan was completely shut down. No ultimates right now for White Collar Revenge, so I guess their team fight plan will be to get rid of some of Demon Modes.
Sound barrier falls out here for White Collar, keeping everyone super topped off for this fight. They are able to take down Peepo as a result, and with Demon Mode down 1 tank, just taking a tire to the face, White Collar Revenge getting some traction, and they are getting very close to actually capping the second checkpoint here. They're slowly whittling down the numbers, and with Muhiki going down, that's going to be them taking this checkpoint.
With 2 minutes 40 left, they have a lot of options now of how they can play this. They can play in the Coliseum for the rest of the game with their earlier respawns, right? They have so many options, White Collar Revenge, in how they want to take this. They also now have both support ultimates in better charge and a better economy than Demo mode. They're in a good spot right now.
Ooh. Popped around the wall, dropped the Earth Shatter as a result, does go ahead and clip at least one, and it's all about the follow-up damage there. A nice pin from the side. Tekugen trying to keep this fight alive, but it is absolutely chaotic here. Meester keeping his team in this tank. He does not want him going down, and they do not want to give up any space. That is a second time that he's been attempted to boop off, or he's almost been booped off, but looks like Tekugen being aware. Oh, almost had another pin, and Demon Mode finally cleaning him up and gonna go ahead and push the card.
What's really important here, Sid, though, is White Collar Revenge, they pushed it past the checkpoint, got a little bit more distance, which means when Demon Mode hit the checkpoint and the bot stops for a bit, White Collar Revenge will have a little bit more time to set up for a team fight. But getting the checkpoint also means that they have a better respawn, which means that they can get to this payload earlier, or bot earlier, and get an earlier team fight.
Wizards caught up Tekugen here, and he does go down as a result. Immortality only stalled it for just a little bit longer. They've lost a big amount of space taking, and with Meester gone as well, White Collar's going to have to regroup and try and prepare for this Coalescence and Sound Barrier online.
I see team fight for Team Mo, but they get enough of a team fight victory, get some progress here, get towards that checkpoint. They only have Coalescence, maybe Sound Barrier for this next team fight. Maybe a longer team fight would be better for Demon Mode in this situation.
Robot flipped the other direction as Demon Mode waiting for White Collar to go ahead and fall into their trap. They're all located down this hallway here, as you see, and well, it is going to be time for them to just keep poking. Who will actually fall first? His chew toy chewed up for a second time by that rip tire. That is the woes of being a support, Ocean.
Gets taken down, and I mean, White Collar Revenge will be happy enough. They still have 2 alternates for this next team fight. I mean, Demon Mode will be content because they got ultimates out themselves, but also, like, you have to go a long distance with the small amount of ultimates you have right now, if you can even get this spot back.
Shatter comes through, trying to find some targets, and it's overtime bar triggered. White Collar wants Demon Mode to get thrown off this point so they can win the game, but Demon Mode has too much fight left in the tank, taking down everyone on White Collar, and now this is their opportunity to walk it all the way back and win this in overtime, Ocean.
It's going to be so difficult though, Sid. You've got to go for the pause on the checkpoint. And look at Demon Mode's tools. I mean, you don't really have much. You've got the Earth Shatter. I mean, people have been hitting some pretty good Earth Shatters, and you still have to win maybe 2, 3, 4 team fights.
Mara instantly deleted from Tanic B there. That mine just absolutely popped them in the face, and now they're down 2 players. White Collar Revenge coming in absolutely massive here with the kill feed, and with another taken down, they're going to be going ahead and taking this first map, Ocean.
I'll say goes to White Collar Revenge, and I have to say, Sid, the DPS from Demon Mode were quite quiet there, so
yeah,
from White Collar Revenge give, and I wouldn't say it was necessarily a DPS versus DPS thing. I thought they were just pushed back. They were always quiet in that game. I don't think they ever really had the opportunity to do something, so although people looked pretty good on the Reinhardt, maybe just the way White Collar Revenge were playing, which was quite direct, made it so that there wasn't too much space for Demon Mode's DPS, and that was a great way of trying to quiet down the Demon Mode DPS.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure coming from the White Collar team overall, and you know, I think that the amount of damage that the Junkrat was bringing to the table was definitely something they had to be a lot more mindful of. The spam alone you got to be mindful of, let alone the concussion mines getting thrown, and we saw those couple traps getting put up as well. People fallen into that a couple of times. So, you know, really nice job mitigating the damage from demon mode and, you know, turning around those tires. We saw that one. It's a little lackluster, but clipping the Moira both times with the other two, easy, sealed the deal for their team and really gave them a good win condition to play off of.
White Collar Revenge, though, when I'm kind of looking and thinking back on that last map, nobody like in particular stood out, but everyone did their jobs really well. Like, so everyone was playing in a really direct composition. Everyone knew what their jobs were, and they did those jobs. It was just a very solid performance from them. Nothing too fancy, just a solid, direct performance. We're going to shut down their DPS. We're going to make things uncomfortable for them, and we're going to play the game our way. I like that a lot, but it would be nice to see, outside of those Riptires, we didn't see too many big plays from them. A couple of more innovative plays, a couple of more mix-ups. Everything was quite basic, and I think a Demon Mode figure out a way to kind of deal with these direct approaches. White Collar Revenge could be in trouble. So if they spice their direct approaches up a bit, I think this series could be theirs pretty quickly.
Yeah, and we've seen Demon Mode actually a few times over our broadcast specifically, and we've seen them also adapt to their opponents, right? The control maps we've seen where they go 99-98, then it's a little bit less for the enemy, and then they don't even let the enemy cap at all. So Demon Mode definitely has shown they have a huge adaptability trait among their team, but I mean, you know, you talked about White Collar a little bit, and I definitely think that Meester from White Collar playing that Lucio had some really nice sound barriers to try and keep his team in the fight and enable Tekugen on that Reinhardt to be aggressive and continue taking space even after they may have lost their DPS.
Do you just like saying Meester? I feel like you're having fun
bit.
with that one. I think I see a smile every single time you do it. I think
You can probably hear that in the lean too.
Yeah. No, I think Meester's had a good game as well. I thought their ultimates are really good. And when I say, you know, they're playing a direct approach, maybe I actually should be giving Meester more credit because they're the main support player. They're deciding how aggressive to go. They're deciding the tempo of the game. They're controlling the tempo of the game. And now that, you know, you bring it up, Meester has had a really, really good, quietly good series. Well played to them.
I'm really excited to see what they're going to continue to bring. We're going to go to hybrid next, right? So we've got Midtown, Parasio, or King's Row as options. Hopefully we're not going to King's Row, but you know, with some of those those different higher elevations, maybe that is what Demon Mode will want to do and do something more comforting for their pick.
I think Demon Mode will work Midtown. I think Demon Mode were really comfortable in Midtown in their previous series.
Oh,
and of course, there's
were.
the high ground on point A, there's a high ground on point B.
Yeah.
That's probably what they want, and that's what they're getting.
Jeez. Yeah. That, I forgot that point A, trying to push underneath the subway or through the subway. Jeez, that is it's a tough decision in my games. I'm like, neither of these look like great options sometimes.
We've seen some really long holds on point A, Midtown, but we've also seen some short ones. I feel like if you're gonna go for that straight to point scenario, you need to get there fast, you need to be direct to make sure your rotation is crisp, but also you need to get your DPS set up, because otherwise they're just gonna lose out to the opposing DPS on the high ground.
Yeah.
Hey, Krabby's in the lineup.
Hey.
On Sigma.
You're,
Not known for his Sigma back in the days. Let's hope it's a little bit better than previously.
It's always nice to see your console friends roll through, Ocean. That's pretty cool.
Hey, we've had 2 of them today.
Yeah. Shout out to everyone who uses a controller as well. All right.
What's really interesting though, Sid, is this is a weird mid-tone composition on the defense. We've seen like typically Brawl versus Brawl here. I mean, I've seen some like Ball or Winston compositions sometimes in the defense. This is spam. Right, we got Bad Pachimari, Sigma, Ash, Echo, all heroes that like to play from range. So this subway is going to be critical, this positioning for White Collar Revenge. So Demon Mode, they might need to rethink how they push this. They might have to push the subway.
So far, they've opted for underneath, but you're right. They may recognize it and continue to move around. Oh, Vincent just gets aggressive. punches Meester in the back right there and goes for the displacement boop on top of it. Now that White Collar has been pushed off of their ideal high ground, they gave space, letting Demon Mode pretty much fall into their own long sight lines. They're still getting cornered here into the back as Demon Mode continues to aggress forward, and we have seen how fearless they are at just dashing straight through the opponent, looking for those deflects, and well, another dash reset for them to continue living and getting out of the fight.
So direct, that approach on the Meester when they were on the Zenyatta there. That's what won Demon Mode that team fight. If not, I mean, so much damage they were taking. They almost had to rethink their push, even though they were 1-up. Imagine how difficult that would have been if that Zenyatta with the Discord orb was still up. And White Collar Revenge, they've changed their approach. They're going to go over their Brawl comp as well.
All right, yeah, taking a little bit more of an aggressive front line approach. See how that handles against the Junker Queen here. We do have the shield online, so some mitigation available for White Collar. Poke damage from GT Wannabe. He's waiting for that opportunity once again. And Ocean, every time he seems to dash, he's dashing through at least 3 people.
Almost close to that blade as well, building it up so fast. And there's no real response White Collar Revenge has for it other than kill GT Wannabe.
Early pick onto Muhiki, which is surprising. Muhiki's been, doing pretty well in our previous matches, but it is some tight corners here. Collar Mommy gets pinned against the wall, and as a result, Krabby continues to just swing on through.
That's more like it from the old days. This guy's pins in the old days were super fun to watch. I know that he's like expanded his hero pool and played like off-tank heroes like when he moved to PC. But back in the day, this guy on the Reinhardt was crazy, and I enjoyed that pin. It was a really intelligent pin, and it meant that Demon Mode had to back off because they lost that coalescence tool.
Oh my gosh, I thought Meester was going to get picked out of the sky right there while he was trying to skirt back to the safety of his team. Blade dove straight in the back line already. So many people low, and the disruptor shot to follow up. That is a nice touch from Muhiki to try and help his own teammate get even more damage off that Blade, Ocean.
Ooh, Optical Crash died as well. Yeah, GT Wannabe and Muhiki, they're still themselves. They've had some quieter moments in this series, right? And White Collar Revenge have done great containing them. But they're still GT Wannabe and Muhiki will have the overclock for this next fight.
One down from the overclock. Muhiki continuing to rack up those stats for themselves. Sound barrier is thrown for Demon Mode after White Collar already threw theirs, so there's going to be a little bit longer into this fight. And with Muhiki completely uncontested on this back line, he's just been hitting shots and popping people down. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Another! Please.
Did Muhiki kill 4 that last team fight? It was something close to that. I think Chance is probably going to stay on the Ash for one more team fight. I can imagine them going over to the Mei based on the fact that Optical Crash has gone for the Cassidy. I think it makes sense for them to go over to like the old traditional Brawl composition, but you may as well keep the ball up, especially since Demon Mode have like little to no ultimates online.
Demon Mode definitely looking comfortable on this Midtown map. Dynamite's gonna keep him crispy, and that was, you blink and you miss it. Deleted right there. Muhiki once again capitalizing and hitting some fantastic charged railgun shots there. A little bit of Demon Mode getting ahead of the card. Are they gonna pay for it? Krabby trying to, get some damage, and it does discourage them for just long enough, but you're gonna have to give a little bit of space and get regrouped for this third point.
Krabby stalls out a little bit of time, allows for Chance to get a little bit of sightline, gets that kill onto Vincent. I think they've got to use this Bob sooner rather than later. They need to go onto the Mei, they need to get some compositional synergy. There is the Bob. They need to use that ultimate, get the advantage from it, and then swap. Not much of an advantage really though.
Yeah, a little bit of a distraction, at least to buy some time for White Collar. Demon Mode waiting for that dynamite to wear off before getting ready to aggress forward. Muhiki has overclock almost online, and well, wouldn't be surprised if we see that. An early kill onto GT though is gonna be a kink in the chain for Demon Mode. Now White Collar trying to mitigate the damage coming through, but the DPS from Demon Mode are absolutely critical, and they have been devastating against White Collar Ocean. Oh, Krabby doesn't want anyone getting away. Come back here. We're going to take you down and make sure the only way you're going back is from spawn.
2 minutes 30 though. You've got a lot of tools here if you're demon mode on the offense. You can save, or you can just go for it. I mean, there's a little bit of an opportunity here where demon mode, or sorry, White Collar Revenge don't have a response to this Dragon Blade. If you wait too long, you know, they will have a sound barrier, but you'll get another opportunity later on. You've got a lot of time to play with if you're demon mode.
GT also has that blade, and of course, after he's already sliced through everyone once, pops it and continues to cut them down one after another. The follow-up is there from the rest of Demon Mode as they continue to collapse onto members of White Collar. A team kill means it's going to be tight if White Collar's going to be able to touch.
It's going to be difficult. I mean, at least you've got the sound barrier, so that's a lot of sustainability, but that's just going to get matched by the sound barrier by Vincent, so it's going to be a tricky scenario for WCR.
Oh, and the rampage comes through from Peepo, making a lot of people antsy.
Oh,
no one could touch. What a great job zoning from Demon Mode, and that's going to be a beautiful 3-point cap for this opening.
I mean, I got really excited though. I could have just pushed back in my chair. I was like, oh no, that's not the way you wanted that team fight to go. I mean, you could have at least got another 10, 20 seconds off the clock. If you're White Collar Revenge, I mean, those Demon Mode DPS weren't quiet for long, were they? Muhiki and GT Wannabe in those last couple of engagements, terrific play from them.
Oh, I think you were definitely right on the money talking about how Demon Mode would favor this map and use the different bridges to their advantage. They have been just oppressive with their DPS, and between Muhiki free firing from the backline and GT seeming to constantly harass the main center of White Collar, it is, I mean, they are hard pressed to figure out which one to focus first and who's the bigger threat. I don't know if I could tell you.
What's really interesting to me, Sid, is White Collar Revenge. They're working with Reinhardt constantly. They haven't played any Junker Queen this series at all. I don't know if that's been an entire thing that they've done all weekend, but not running the Junker Queen seems like a bit of a mismatch, because Junker Queen's really good at setting up your DPS here. Like with that Rampage and getting those antis off, really good hero for setting up your DPS. I feel like in this sort of matchup, you could miss the Junker Queen, but Krabby has looked comfortable in the Reinhardt, so comfortability versus what actually might be better, it's your pick and choose, really.
Yeah, definitely depends on the situation as well. So far, White Collar backing up, trying to opt for this longer sight around the edge. Definitely, waiting out some of these zoning resources, but Meester is taken down as a result, and Krabby absolutely booped around in so many different directions, Ocean. Poor guy.
Yeah. Nothing's changed from the old days. We played together when it was goats. He's used to that, right? Vincent getting a couple of kills in that team, right? And we talked to map 1. Meester had a really, really good map 1. You know, White Collar Revenge have been kind of struggling to dictate the pace here. You know, 23%, Vincent's a little bit higher as well. That main support battle between Meester and Vincent could get really tasty later on.
White Collar opting for the same attack, or same angle of attack this time, but moving considerably faster. They're trying to continue zoning Demon Mode back, and Optical Crash does go down in the mix. GT Wannabe once again harassing the complete center of White Collar, while the rest of his teammates continuing to pepper and enable him so much.
GT's got that Dragon Blade. Optical Crash is like halfway, like not even halfway there, right? So we could see the difference in the value the DPS are getting. So what can White Collar Revenge do to change that? They were playing pretty aggressive there, and that's one approach to do it, but going for the high ground might be a better idea, and that's exactly what they'll do.
Nothing quite found yet, although there is a lot of mitigation here. Now there's a coalescence trying to help them break through this high ground, but there's a blade here in the back of the subway car, and there's nowhere to escape. Still more damage being output here by GT, finally taken down as a result, but with Muhiki there to cover the rest of the team, it's going to be tough for White Collar.
Yeah, I think they have to get out. I don't think this team fight's really winnable. I mean, at least you got the blade out, you got the overclock out, so those 2 DPS ultimates are gone. I think you can be relatively happy with that. One coalescence for 2 DPS ultimates as you go into the next team fight. Later on, you'll have your blades. The problem is that blade's going to struggle to get value. I think there's no better way to put it. The support ultimates are there for demon mode. You've got to get rid of those support ultimates. How do you do that? Maybe an Earth Shatter, maybe something's got to give if you're going to get Optical Crash's blades in value.
Holy cow, that hit 4 out of 5 people on White Collar. Your Earth Shatter doesn't mean much after a rampage like that. And Ocean, with 52 seconds left, it's going to be really tight for White Collar to try and take this point.
It's probably one more team fight, I think, Sid, because if you go around the long alleyway around the back, that's going to take a long amount of time. Even the high ground approach takes a while. This is probably last team fight for White Collar Revenge. We're already at 35 seconds, and we're still setting up this team fight. They're going to go for the high ground. They're going to try and set up their DPS here.
Deflect used early there. That was throwing so much damage back. And now Meester goes ahead and says, this is the go button. Sound barrier activated, and they need to push forward onto demon mode and try and get some of these kills. Peepo going down. It looks like Chance goes ahead, steps up to the plate, and pops off with their own overclock, giving White Collar this opportunity here to take this first point.
That was their best opportunity too, probably. I didn't even notice that they got both support ultimates out in that previous team fight where they lost so many to the Rampage. So they kind of had their mission accomplished. So the DPS ultimates came through the next team fight, and all they had to do was do their jobs, hit their shots, right? And it was
easier
a good
said than done.
team fight from White Collar Revenge there to nick it back at the end.
Demon mode is not giving up any space easily, though. There is so much fight just outside the gates that have opened, and you can see Krabby just getting hit relentlessly by those necrotic orbs left and right. Overclock from Muhiki is dangerous. Watch your corners and stay out of sight. Don't be in a line. There it is. One found here is, oh no, that's one from Chance. That is a beautiful counter. Demon mode not prepared to see that change in momentum, especially after Muhiki pops their ult.
Chance didn't even use their ultimate, just get some more ult charge for the next team fight. That's a good team fight for White Collar Revenge. They needed something like that, especially with Demon mode having a good time by White Collar Revenge losing a lot of time on point side. They needed a good team fight where they didn't have to use too many ultimates.
Moving through the Midtown tunnel here, as you can see Krabby trying to continue keeping space. A blade from GT once again looking to find damage, and well, his DPS counterpart is helping him take down the members of White Collar. White Collar trying to give more space from this, and people going down could be what they need. No tank online means they do have a big space taking advantage, and Optical is just crushing it here on this Genji. Almost has Blade now, seems to have found his pace, his momentum, and now that Blade is actually online, this is a huge chance for them to take this second checkpoint.
I wonder if they'll get it. Not quite yet, but they do the ultimates to do so.
Yeah, Peepo stunned there as well. Krabby not wanting to take any risks from losing this point, and a sound barrier committed from White Collar. Now it's time for the blade, and everyone is ready to stay aggressive. Can't quite get the slippery Lucio, but there are plenty of others to keep putting the damage into, and that's gonna be White Collar capping the second checkpoint.
Keeping themselves alive so far, and they didn't do too much damage to their ult bank there. I mean, just an Earth Shatter and the Dragon Blades. Sound Barrier as well, not too bad. You still keep a support ultimate and a DPS ultimate. Especially since Demon mode used both their support ults. I think you're happy with that if you're White Collar Revenge. I think now the goal for them is, well, just capture the objective and see what happens, right? But to do that, you're going to need some serious value from Chance with this overclock.
Rampage clips 2 people, making sure that they can't get healed up, and Optical goes down as a result. Too much damage and focus fire, but White Collar doesn't want to give this up. They want to try and keep momentum and keep pushing Demon mode back. That's another pick off onto Vincent, which means less support and no speed amplification for them to try and get back faster or get into position faster.
Chance keeps the overclock. I think that's critical because Muhiki has their overclock, so now you've got a very tight Sojourn versus Sojourn, whereas if Chance had used that overclock, Muhiki would kind of go uncontested there. I think the problem is if this goes on to be a long fight, GT Wannabe's Blade could be an issue.
I agree, but it looks like this overclock is going to be plenty issue enough for White Collar. Multiple people getting taken down as a result from the damage or the shots themselves, and that does actually force out Chance's overclock themselves.
Good value for Demon Mode on the defense, knowing they have that Dragon Blaze. Nothing really for White Collar Revenge to contest it. That's another Shadow Kit one.
Yes, it was going to be free, no one there to block the shields, and there is a Dragon Blade coming through from GT as well. He's trying to find massive amounts of value, but it looks like the supports were on it. They were helping. Meester did go down in the process, but there are still numbers here for White Collar to keep on pushing this payload. They know they can't get off. The overtime bar has been triggered, and Optical is finding another kill in this process. This is the clutch moments they needed to try and tie this map up. They don't want to go down yet. White Collar wants to take this to a third round, but can Demon Mode actually mitigate these people continuing to push the payload? Coalescence is troublesome, and there's another blade from Optical. Now it's his turn to try and slice down Demon Mode, prevent any of them from continuing to stall this card out, Ocean.
It's getting difficult. Optical Crash is running low. Krabby's getting some serious value on the point, but without their Moira, it could be quite difficult.
Oh, last minute fade, and now Tank still trickling on. A great job by Demon Mode, really funneling on there and burning the clock, but at the end of the day, Ocean, we're going to round 3.
We're going to additional rounds, but critical for Demon Mode is they got them down to overtime. They got White Collar Revenge to overtime, which means they can't lose this map. It can only be a draw or a win scenario, so Demon Mode will at least bring us to a map 3.
Right. That is a very, tangible win condition for them on this map.
One tick. I mean, one tick, one Dragon Blades, or one Mahiki Railgun kill, right? You know, especially the DPS you have. You've got a lot of options here if you're Demon Mode.
Well, and this time, we saw the DPS really pop off on that second round compared to the first map, and White Collar was not as ready for some of those just nasty railgun shots from across the map, Ocean.
No, they weren't. Mahiki is still here. They're still popping off. It was very quiet in map 1. It has to be said. Where was this Mahiki on map 1? I mean, they were playing Bastion for after, right?
That's true. That's true.
That's true. And they never really got back into things, but they've been playing really well here on map 2 in mid-time. The problem is, with the way White Collar Revenge were just hanging on, there's a chance that, this could just be a draw, right? They could get nothing out of this map. Especially since White Collar Revenge, they seem a little bit more comfortable now. They've swapped to Brawl. They seem to figure out what they want to play here on mid-time.
Alright, Demon Mode, opting to just go ahead and circle around. Same kind of initial direction White Collar went for their first push, so curious to see how they respond to the same tactic. There's a couple kills exchanged, but with the tank being down on Demon Mode, it is a little bit out of their favor. Another one following suit though, and as White Collar continues to lose members, Demon Mode slowly pulling away with their advantage one after another. All they need is one tick, and there's only 2 people left on White Collar holding it down. A couple people able to trickle in from spawn, but Muhiki decides time to delete Meester with that charged railgun shot and even more damage. Right now, White Collar doing a good job. It's actually starting to stabilize a little bit. Krabby going down, though, may be the nail in the coffin for Demon Mode to go ahead and take it.
They've got to kill this Joker Queen. People is causing so many problems. They've secured that kill. They should win this team fight.
Wow.
Actually, stagger this Moira! Oh, I think you could have staggered that. And then there wouldn't have been another team fight for Demon Mode, right? 20 seconds left. It's going to be a longer setup. I think staggering that would have been the better play. But, Demon Mode, they will get one more team fight here on mid-time. They don't have too much, to come up against. Just Optical Crash's pulse bomb. Very winnable.
Junker Queen is getting hacked to pieces here from Krabby. He is continuing to try, and oh my gosh! What a beautiful pin Vincent just jumps straight into his line of sight as Krabby, you know, plays the anticipation absolutely perfectly. A Dragon Blade here from GT is going to try and be the hero play he needs. Manages to cut through both the sound barrier and Meester, but stuck on the ground. The Earth Shatter stops him in his tracks, and now it's all Krabby trying to swing away and keep anyone else here from touching this point.
That should be it. That should be it, Sid. I think White Collar Revenge will hold on for the draw. Despite the DPS heroics of GT Wannabe and Muhiki, nothing is to come of it. It's a draw. White Collar Revenge keep the lead. However, Demon Mode stay in the series.
And regardless that White Collar, you know, got the draw or won the map, it seems like Demon Mode seems to be dominating these plays of the game. Maybe it's just Muhiki specifically. Jeez.
Muhiki's kind of good at the game, right? But, you know, positive thing for White Collar Revenge, Muhiki may have played well, but still hasn't got a map one on the board. Still hasn't really. I mean, if you look at the scoreboard now, if you're just tuning in, you would say, yeah, Muhiki's playing well, but what's it done for them? You know, they haven't got a map win. Where are they in this series? I mean, they're in map 3 at least, but they're still making no progress towards the victory.
Totally. There's a saying in some of the traditional sports, which is offense wins game, or offense buys tickets, but defense wins games. And, you know, Muhiki, woo-wee, that is some beautiful highlight reel material, popping off with those railgun shots. But you're right, at the end of the day, it's actually not enough to get their team the win. And, you know, he is contributing by getting those kills, but you have to be contributing in more than just being DPS in Overwatch, especially when all these characters have so many different abilities in their toolkit, right? That's the whole point of Overwatch, is that you have these unique abilities that you are using to utilize and force the opponent to adapt to you. Or, you know, it's one of the major differences between like Call of Duty and Overwatch, right? You have these nuances to help you gain those advantages.
Yeah, I really enjoyed a couple of different things in this series. I like that White Collar Revenge have an identity. They're not playing Junker Queen, right?
That's true.
That's weird. That is, quite frankly, an anomaly in this tournament, right? If you're playing Brawl competitions, you're usually playing Junker Queen. They've been playing Reinhardt, and they look comfortable on it. It's something different. You know, I know it's refreshing to see the new hero, but it's also refreshing to see someone sticking by their guns, picking that Reinhardt, and then also, like, they had the idea they wanted to play Poke, and they were like, nope, right, let's make that change. So, White Collar Revenge, using some of those differences that you see in Overwatch as a title, that you're able to make changes, and you're able to adapt, and you're also able to, you know, completely change your style just with one hero change.
Totally. And I am in the same boat as you, as enjoying seeing the Reinhardt come through. We've seen a lot of, you know, Sigma versus Sigma and Junker Queen versus Junker Queen. So I do like seeing this change up in, you know, different tanks going head to head. We are going to go to our control map for our third and final round. But folks, we're going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere, and we will come back and see who will be the victor of our lower round 3 bracket.
More than talk. I guess that you can call us your shirt. Want you to make the move first, making me forget I've been hurt. I've never been so bold or reckless. Now we're running out of our words, overturning tables we turn, throwing out the things that I've learned. Cross the line and take my chances. And I've been thinking this is it. Either it's right or wrong, but I've already pictured it, and I wanna do more than talk. Nothing like a crazy risk to give me what I really want. Get into the space I'm in. I wanna do more than talk. I really wanna play it cool, so take this to another level. More than talk. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable. I'll show you things you never knew you wanted now. As long as you take this to another level.
I've been feeling just a little bit low. Got to get back to the show and we'll fly. Yeah. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shit if you wanna hide away. We just out here trying to play. Second feels up in the memory bank. I've been looking for somebody to make memories in a bank forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find, 'cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shit if you wanna hide away. We just out here trying to play. Second feels up in the memory bank.
Hey folks, and welcome back to the BPL to Beta to Brawl event. We are in our third map here of the lower round 3 series, and Ocean, we just had a draw on Midtown. What are your thoughts?
I mean, we were just kind of talking in the break, Sid, and you were mentioning, we're seeing some adaptations, and from Demon Mode, we're seeing some results as well. First map was a loss, second map they make some changes, and that's a draw. So maybe make some more changes, maybe get more comfortable with those changes, and then we can see that win.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they're going to continue stepping up to the plate. They did show some good adaptation, and, well, is it going to be fast enough for them to catch up in this series, or Will it fall a little short? Not sure, but we are going to move into our control map next. Let's see. Do we actually have the map yet? It looks like not quite. Oh,
There we go, Busan.
it's our first time not going to Lijiang, Ocean.
And this is my favorite control map, so I'm pretty happy. I'm eating good tonight. I like a bit of Busan because I think it's quite a unique map, right? I know a lot of people don't enjoy playing Sanctuary, but it's interesting, right? You've got really unique terrain to play around, like a big drum in the middle, right?
The war drum.
Where you can play some trains, you can play some Wrecking Ball there. Mecha base is Brawl, right? It's quite close quarters, but like. And you can also play ball comps. So you can play a lot of different compositions on Busan, and I think that's why I enjoy it. It's quite different, and also everyone enjoys playing with that little Kai jiggling in the background. You can see him right there. Look at him, adorable. Got a little fork in his hand. Enjoy it.
Actually, that is a great shot of Busan, and some nice
moving.
Yeah, no, it is on a perfect loop. He looks, look at how stoked he is to be served whatever food. Got the little bandana on.
I think he's serving the food.
No, he's got 2 forks. He's not serving anything.
Jazzy thing to serve some food. I think it's like they're advertising the restaurant. You can't be advertising the restaurant and eating it. I guess you could.
Yeah, he's advertising, come eat at the restaurant. It's yummy. Here, I've got a fork ready for you so you can join me.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, to advertise the food, showing off that you're eating it and having a happy old day and you're jiggling around, that works, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, so I used to serve, so I don't think I have ever at the bottom line here. Well, I've never walked out just carrying 2 forks as a server. Usually I'm like, oh, plates and things like that. I like this bottom here.
Right? Carrying all those tips out instead.
You're right. Sure. Looks like maybe we're having just a couple extra minutes waiting for the teams to rally up. Muhiki gobbling down some steak to, renew the fuel. That's right. We should also be drinking ourselves, Ocean. And folks out there, little hydrate reminder
it's
if needed.
So warm here in the UK. I've complained about this so much. We're in a heat wave right now, and right, every single person I'm talking to, most of my friends are in the US, right? It's not that warm. We don't have air conditioning. Our houses, they're built to keep warmth because we're used to the cold, right? So they're built to keep warm, so it's really warm. And I'm not used to this. I'm used to like 2 degrees, man. This is difficult, all right? So if you're in the UK,
I got my tiny violin out
for
you.
And stay frosty. What?
I got my tiny violin out for you to play you a sad tune for your story.
It is difficult. Oh, leave me alone. Oh. It's difficult here, right? And trust me, all the UKers feel the same.
Well, you're not even triple digits out there once you're converted over to Fahrenheit, so not too sympathetic for you, my friend.
I win an argument here, and you've brought Fahrenheit into things.
I'm letting everybody here in the States with me know what your calibration of hot is, all right? I know, I was just talking with our producer, okay? He's over in Utah, and Utah hits triple digits and hits negatives at some point. So, he's got it way rougher over there. Oh, I'm in Northern California, so it's it's warm today at 81 degrees.
That's cool. That's literally colder than what it is here right now.
Yeah.
I'm not having it. I'm not having it. It's not great. And you know what else is heating up, like the UK and my forehead? The series. Because, as we said, we're starting to see Demo get back into things. Muhiki on the Sojourn in Midtown was absolutely excellent. I'm hoping we see more of that form that we've seen so far in not just this series, but the day so far.
Well, and Muhiki just, as we saw earlier noted, eating some steak, getting that refuel and charging up like they were charging up those railgun shots left and right. It's nice with esports, right? You can scarf down some food and you don't feel like you're suddenly overly heavy on your feet when you're running around. Ooh, yeah, gotta be careful when I was playing water polo.
You don't like run around at the same time.
Well, I was like, traditional sports. So I'm like, ooh, you don't want to eat that extra serving right before. Whew.
Yeah, no, you don't. I think like it is different though. When you're like preparing for an esports, I mean, people obviously at this level won't be putting too much thought into the diet, but it does help, right?
It
Having
does.
like a healthier diet, or especially this is a good tip for any player out there who wants to play at a high level in esports. Be careful if your caffeine. Caffeine is fine for like a small. If you're playing for 2-3 hours, that is fine. But don't take too much of it. Caffeine burnout hits really hard. If you want to have caffeine, like say you're playing a 6-hour day with 2 hours left, you want to take some caffeine, that's a good idea. But the burnout afterwards is really going to hurt you.
Yeah, you definitely need to plan for your, one game days or your full-on tournament marathon style game days. And I mean, White Collar won that opening fight really nicely, Ocean. It seems like they are very comfortable here on Busan, once again rocking that Reinhardt composition. And with Optical on this cast, there is a lot of damage close up.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting start. They've been brawling, right? It's been quite simple for them so far. No real challenges here from Demon Mode. No real support ultimates built. Tech again, really causing their own problems.
Alright, I mean, technically also got the pin as a result. Both of them will walk back on the faster side. But Demon Mode still looking to capitalize on this opportunity. Their own tank is here on the court, ready to take space for themselves. 50% in favor of White Collar for now, but Demon Mode still looking to try and get bodies on the point. Is this pin good? Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You can cancel the pin right when you step on. And, well, as a result, White Collar just held the point the whole time, Ocean.
Mister's still alive with that sign barrier as well. They can probably get this to 80% or just win the team fight. That kill onto Genji is really going to help them.
Another nice pin coming through from Tech again. He gets to stay on the point this time around. And honestly, White Collar Revenge has come in with a vengeance for this opening map of Control.
They have indeed. I mean, they're playing so direct, so aggressive. Reminds me of how they played on Colosseo, but now they face a test. And it's the DPS ultimate of Demon Mode.
Both DPS ultimates popped here on Demon Mode. A bunch of them were dropped by White Collar's Earth Shatter, but the damage is too much, and they have been following up on each other's people who are low. Look at that! Both DPS are shooting Paul at the same time. Once again, following up on each other's targets, making sure the kills are executed, and at the last moment here, Demon Mode looking like they are going to be able to flip this point.
They have 2 ultimates to do so if necessary. This should be done. That pin shouldn't matter too much. They're going to try and try and find an opening, but this should realistically be done. And Demon Mode will be happy because they've kept 3 ultimates, including those support ultimates. So even when maybe Optical Crash gets up towards a Deadeye, you're going to have a tool to deal with that. And you also keep a massive win condition in Rampage. We've talked about how good that ultimate is. So maybe White Collar Revenge right now and just get some ultimates out. You don't need to commit too much right now.
Coalescence blocked off a bit by a nice Mei wall here, but still more people looking and hunting for kills. Oh, taken out on the side. White Collar coming in hot onto both of those DPS, not wanting anyone to get away. Looking to retake this point here. Overtime Wick triggered, Demon Mode trickle handled, and round 1 going over to White Collar.
We talked about the DPS so much for Demon Mode. Probably the players at fault for that last team fight. They had all the tools, all the sustainability tools to win that team fight. Their support ultimates, they had a win condition in Rampage. Their DPS are well out of position, get caught out early on. Mahiki down first, GT want to be second. White Collar Revenge take advantage and win that team fight. And thus get Mecha Base.
Mecha Base is a pretty close quarters map as well. So I'm curious if White Collar's going to have just as much success or if they're going to run into some more trouble moving into our second round.
It's going to be interesting. It is a lot more open, but I mean, Demon Mode are also kind of playing a Brawl composition as well. So, realistically, the only players who'll be taking advantage of all this open high ground is probably going to be Mahiki. So, I mean, no shock there.
But Muhiki has been whoa.
Muhiki's be so key. Oh,
Yeah.
There's a bit of like alliteration, bit of similar sounding going on there.
Meester here on the point, really helping set the tempo and help his team get to the locations they want or away from that disruptor orb. Demon Mode slowly trying to circle White Collar from all these different angles and heights and seem to be trying to collapse around them. Optical wants to get back with his friends. Peepo hunting for him, trying to draw him out, and in the end, White Collar pulled off of the point. Demon Mode able to go ahead, whittle them down, and flip this point.
I don't think you really care about that 15% too much. You're gonna amass a little bit more than 15% while you have the objective here. You also have a defensive position where, you know, your opponents are not gonna have to walk into Muhiki, right? That team fight Muhiki was getting enough value, you know, being in the thick of things, fighting for position. Now Muhiki has position and is getting close to the overclock as well.
Peepo still looking around, peeping over to the side, trying to find the right person to kill, and oh, Cass was so low right there, wasn't able to quite connect the finishing shot, but all in all, White Collar still aggressing forward. His chew toy out of the picture, and these icicles from Tanik.
Wow.
Holy crap, another one to close it out. Ocean, you gotta be careful.
That's 4 final blows for Tanik
B
on the way.
And
wow.
the Blizzard's up,
I'm just trying to catch my breath. Yeah, and that means they will have that ultimate for the next team fight. So, you know, White Collar Revenge, because they've been so direct, might just walk on and use that Blizzard. I think that's a good approach, because the more you wait here, and the more time you give Demon Mode to give setup time for their DPS, and you don't want to do that.
Right. Paul already taking GT out early in this fight. There's a big aggression push here to try and displace the members of White Collar off of the high ground, but it is only marginally successful. They're still keeping pretty grouped up. They've lost one in the process, and Tanik B dies with Blizzard online. More ultimates being channeled here from White Collar. As you can see, Deadeye forcing Demon Mode to give space and actually respect all of that damage potential. In the end, though, 65%, and it's about to get flipped over here to Demon Mode for them to continue trying to hold.
Not too bad for Demon Mode. I mean, you only really use one or two ultimates. Oh, and White Collar, you know, I would have expected them to use that Blizzard or use a couple of ultimates, try and force this portal out of Demon Mode. You now say White Collar Revenge possibly behind, but with how direct they've been playing, they could just get a kill like that and change the tempo.
There are exchanges all over the place, Ocean, and it's really going to be about who can continue to sustain through this fight. Muhiki gets up close and personal with Paul there, sliding straight up into the window he's sitting at. Now 69% here for Demon Mode as White Collar takes this point back in their favor. Now it is all about trying to keep the point and knock them off. Blizzard online, and oh, now he has all the time in the world to find the perfect spot to throw it if he wants. Is alone, so decides to hold it so they can stall out a bit longer and actually have it online for the next fight. I like that, Ocean.
I think that's a really good decision. I mean, they got that flip. I mean, all of this time, Demon Mode could probably be at 99% or something like that right now, right? You know, you don't get another team fight. And now you get a fair run at Demon Mode with your Blizzard. No support ultimates for Demon Mode. Tanik B, all eyes are on you, my friend. What can you do with this Blizzard?
Oh, wow, right out of the gate, Icicle's gonna take him to the face. Optical does go down in the process, but this blade from GT is crippling. I like that he flipped back over to the Genji off the Reaper. He's been really successful all day on that Genji in general, and right now Tekugen goes ahead, goes for the continued swing. They're on the point! Oh my gosh, that was really, really close. Good thing everyone on White Collar are staying focused and trying to keep themselves on this point. With one of them going down now, it is a chip damage battle. Them trying to find their right angle and anyone trying to find an advantage. That is a huge earth shatter. 2 people taken down. That lets them retake this point for themselves. And all they have to do is handle the trickle mode from Demon Mode coming in, Ocean. 95% and counting.
And they get a kill on the Tekugen, but it's not even going to be worth it. You're not even going to get overtime, and that's going to be it!
That is a win here for White Collar Revenge. They're going to be moving on to the next round.
Well done. Well played. I really enjoyed that performance.
Oh
really
man,
direct.
these icicles, Ocean. Sorry, let's check out these
Oh,
icicles.
let's watch this. I think we have to watch this. This is the
Ooh.
4K, right? There's one on the Moira.
2,
Ooh.
3, and...
Oh, they got all 4 of them in the play. Oh, wow.
If that is not highlight reel material, I don't know what is, dude.
That was kind of sick. I mean, getting the actual play of the game with all 4 of them together, awesome to see. I really enjoyed that series because, you know, you talked about Demon Mode and their DPS, and they still had their moments in that series, but they were contained by not a DPS duel. I mean, I would hardly say that, you know, Optical and Tanic B were, like, I mean, apart from that superior moment at the end, right? Were like better than Muhiki and GT, but the direct approach from White Collar Revenge with their Brawl composition, with the Reinhardt, they were stubborn to play the Reinhardt instead of the Junker Queen, but they were so direct. If they wanted to kill a target, that target was dead.
Yes, absolutely. And they were they were dead fast, dude. The focus fire that came in, that is some quality Overwatch that I like to see. And honestly, it really goes to show you how well they're communicating on their comms. I think comms play a huge factor into, you know, focus fire and how cluttered they may or may not be. And it is beautiful to see those teams just almost flawlessly execute some of those plays. I was pleased to see that GT switched back over to the Genji there at the end, trying to get more value from those blades than, you know, the Reaper was giving. But all in all, really nice job to both of those teams, and congratulations to White Collar for moving on forward.
I mean, I think they deserved it. You know, not just for, you know, playing the better Overwatch, but, you know, having a bit of identity about that. I think they did it in style. They did it their way, right?
Yeah,
I really
absolutely.
enjoyed it. As I said, like, you know, they're not playing the Junker Queen right now in a Brawl competition. That's a rarity, right? And to be that stubborn and play that well, I like that about a team. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I think Meester did a great job on that Lucio throughout the whole series. Just, there's no way that either of those tanks that came in through the lineup were gonna have that much value without that speed boost and that acceleration constantly being recognized and then executed for them to get close and really take down their opponent. That is going to be our last match here of this stream, folks. Ocean, any closing thoughts before we go ahead and raid mainstream across the way?
I really enjoyed Meester's performance as well. I just wanted to say that. You know, kids quick players don't get enough credit, all right? The tank players are like, oh, look at me, I'm all up at the kill feed. Look who set the tempo out for you, mate. That speed boost was absolutely perfect. You wouldn't even got to the back line. You'd been shredded before then. And I think Meester was quiet for a little bit on mid-time, but Buson and Colosseo, they were excellent. So give your main support players some credit. You know, especially your break players, your Lucy players, your Mercy players, flex supports. You know, they get some kill feed credit, all right. Your main support players deserve some more credit.
And I couldn't agree with you more on that front. Make sure you show them some love. Friendly PSA for you guys. It was fantastic being here with all of you. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you next time. And you guys enjoy the mainstream.